On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop meeting of April 7th at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, we have to wait for Councilman Udine. We do not have a quorum right now. He just stepped out.
Está parado afuera. Okay. Estos hijos míos. Estos hijos míos no aprenden.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Guys, start calling.
Yes. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say welcome to your first meeting, Madam Clerk Gill.
Oh, yes.
I'm here. Thank you.
Present, thank you. Council Vice President Davila?
Present.
Councilmember Jackson is absent at this time. Councilmember Jackson is walking in and present. Councilmember Khalid is absent. Councilmember Mendez, absent. Councilmember Omar is absent. Councilmember Udine?
I'm here.
Councilman Velez?
Present, Madam Clerk.
And Council President Mims.
I am here, Madam Clerk.
Six members present, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we go into payment of bills, Madam Chair? Oh. Yes, statement of compliance, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Statement of compliance. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025-2026 on July 1st, 2025. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop was also posted in a prominent place located in the lobby hall of the first floor of City Hall, and a place reserved for the announcements of this type. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop session for the year was duly filed with our office and mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Payment of bills.
Thank you very much, Council President, Council members. We have before us a summary of disbursements in a total of $37,572,704.93. There are 2 payroll weeks, a total of $12,110,776.37. If you look at the computerized checks, there is a total of $25,461,928.56. There are 2 Board of Education payments. Total is $13,417,455.84. In addition, solid waste, other statutory expenditures in a total of $1,927,185.38. And in general government, there's $7,303,377.51. The breakdown of the general government is $5.8 million for insurance and $600,000 for workers' comps, and then there's smaller payments done. So the total between the computerized checks of $25,461,928.56, 2 payroll weeks totaling $12,110,776.37, total $37,572,704.93. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Through the chair, Council President, through the chair to CFO, this payment of bills is against or in favor of, we have an item in the workshop agenda regarding appropriation. This is appropriation to cover this payment of bill, or is already, we got the money in the bank?
CFO.
Are you speaking about the temporary appropriations? That's for next 2 months,
Not for this one,
not for this one.
not for this payment of bills. Okay, thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Cotton? Yes. Council Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Council members Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to the members of the public, here we witness the baseline fact of why exactly our community is in the condition it's in. You know, I couldn't help but notice just as pulling up in front of City Hall with garbage blowing around in the streets like it's never been before. It's almost like tumbleweed in a Dallas ranch city. Right across the street, there's people sleeping in corridors with piles of garbage hanging on top of of them. The city's at the all-time worst. The council's only authority comes from its ability to scrutinize the spending of the administration. That's it. This is it. And we're just a simple yes and go vote for close to $40 million in appropriations. No questioning, no auditing. We saved almost $4.6 million to the assistant director's assertion several weeks ago by doing bulk pickup in-house. We haven't hired one new employee. We haven't purchased any new equipment to help with these endeavors. We have people campaigning on a team you could trust. We can't even trust the fact that the money that's being spent like crazy is going into the spaces where they're claiming it's going. The city's in the worst condition it's ever been. When I started here as a council person, the municipal budget was $225 million. Now we're at $330 million, almost $100 million more. And what are we getting for it? Absolutely nothing. There's no way I mean, I haven't supported this stuff anyway, but I've been alone. We haven't held this administration accountable when it comes to the services, the lack of services that's taking place in the city, and it's only going to continue to get worse. People, elections have consequences. Pay attention to what's going on. Madam Clerk, our vote is no.
We're not in vote yet. We were in discussion. We're in vote?
We're in the middle of a roll call.
Okay, my apologies.
What was so funny?
Nothing's funny.
No, there was people who were chuckling, I guess. You know,
Council-
they're not paying as much of attention as they should be, I guess. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the members of the public, the garbage situation of our city that we have in the city of Paterson is being taken care of by our department, the DPW, day in, day out. They've been working hard to making sure that our city catch up with all the illegal dumpers and everybody doing the irresponsible of dumping and not keeping their property clean, sidewalk clean. So the DPW is working hard to maintain our city clean. Regarding the homeless and situation that we have with homeless, let's take our time and invite for the community that we have a homeless reconnect day. I believe it's going to be tomorrow. at Calvary Church. Let's promote that. Let's promote that we have a program, and it's going to be working from Calvary Church this next tomorrow, Wednesday. And moving forward, we are paying the bills, and we have responsibility to pay the bills. And administration and the CFO did the diligence to make sure that anybody that submit a payment, that we are here to vote for that payment of bills. So saying that, our responsibility is that. Let's move forward. My vote is yes.
And Council President Means.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're moving forward to ensure that the school board is paid, as well as our employees. This is 2 weeks of payroll. I'm excited about that. The flyer will be posted. I heard Elvis, I don't know where he went. We'll post the flyer, Elvis, so we'll give the details. I'll pull it up for the Homeless Connect at Calvary Baptist, 575 East 18th Street on tomorrow. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
5 in favor, 1 no. This item passes.
Council
Madam
President, Council President, may I?
Councilman Velez.
Council President, if it's possible, I requested 2 minutes to do a small presentation, if it's possible to do it now, or?
Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. So, Madam
Council President?
One second, Councilman Jackson, and then I want to give some items that will go on consent per the council members that are out. And just for the community, we have Councilman Khalik and Councilman Omar who are not here tonight. They're not feeling well, so let's keep them in our prayers. Councilman Jackson, and then I'll give you their items to go on consent.
Thank you, Council President. So, relative to the vote on the bills list, and I could not help but hear colleague talk about being responsible in payroll. I asked for a report, Mr. BA, several months ago with regard to this payment to the consultant for the CFO. Now, I forgot the document, but I have obtained a copy of the invoice for a $15,000 payment for 1 pay period. And at that rate, that means we would be paying this person close to $300,000 to do work that the CFO is failing to do. I've asked for a report on that. I do have a copy of the document, which I will make public, and I'll bring here to the next meeting. What's the status on the report for this payment to the consultant?
Mr. BA, can we address that at a later time since it's not on the agenda? Can we come back to that?
It's an association, or it has everything to do with what we just voted on, the bills list. We're paying, in this item that all of you have allowed to slide through on the agenda, on these agendas, we paid this woman $15,000 for a 2 weeks period of work, and we can't, the public doesn't deserve a outline or a report on this?
So I'm not saying they don't deserve it. Do you have that information, Mr. BA?
So, Councilman, when we spoke on the phone about a week ago, you called me about another issue. You mentioned this. The Finance Department does use a consultant, as do many of our departments. I will get you the exact breakdown for the last year, but it is nowhere near $300,000 annually. So I don't know, I get the extrapolation from one invoice, but my understanding is it's far less than the expense if we were to hire a full-time employee with benefits to supplement the department. I'll get the vendor name. I'm not aware of what the LLC is or what that is, but I'll provide you with 2 years worth of.
It's a vendor who
documentation.
apparently has an address in Florida, and I mean, I want a significant outline of what we're paying per hour for somebody to be accumulating. We have people who, Councilman Velez talking about DPW workers. Some of these workers who can work for 6 months and not make that kind of money. And we're paying a consultant who's here for a few hours every other night in excess of $15,000 a pay period, and that's something that we should be concerned about. There should have been an open public discussion with regard to that, because if the person who was doing the job, who's also being paid a six-figure salary, is incapable of doing the job of which this council has the ability and the authority to pull his assignment, you know, this council's just not doing what it's supposed to do on behalf of the public. So I look forward to that report, and next week I'll definitely have that document to make it public.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 23 will be on regular. Item 24 will be regular, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Item number,
Item 23?
yes.
Yeah, item 23, I just want to add a co-sponsor, also my colleague here, F. Udine, onto it, 24.
So 23,
23,
Corporation
sorry.
Council, please add Councilman Udine. So 23 is regular, 24 is regular, 59 is consent, 61 is consent. And if there are any issues with our city clerk items, these are all taxi registration renewals, and 59 is consent. 1 second.
No, you're mentioning, I need to know if there's,
I haven't got there yet. 59, someone, we're on 59.
You're too quick, fast.
59?
Yes, 59 is the consent?
Yes.
Okay,
No, yes, that was per the request of the sponsor.
all right.
59 will go on consent.
Yes, that's the Councilman Ibrahim called. Items 14 through 22, these are all taxi cab renewals through the city clerk's office. All the
14.
paperwork is up to date, raffle license. 14 through 22, everything is up to code. Do any council members have any issues?
Which one is that?
City clerk items 14 through 22.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Velez.
through the chair to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, if it's possible, I know that we're getting resolution approval renewal taxi taxi
cabs.
taxi cab licenses to say that you could send a letter that we have, I know the clerk has, to remind every owner of cabs on the city of Paterson that they have to park their car overnight or whatever in the establishment, that they put on paper that they have a garage for those vehicles, because I'm receiving residents complaint that taxis are taking residents parking, and it's not fair for our residents, especially we don't have a lot of parking in the street. So to send them the letter that they have to park in that designated description or described parking lot that they put in the contract that they're supposed to. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. The city councilman, Jackson?
So, Madam Clerk, I just want to add a little context. So what Councilman Velez is talking about is completely correct, and I'm not sure if it may be different practices in other places, so I'm just going to make sure I put it on record. In order for a cab company to receive a license, they have to have off-street parking for all the vehicles, and it's not happening. In fact, I'll forward you multiple pictures every single night. These cabs are parking on the street, they're parking illegally, parking across the crosswalks, and we used to have someone who was responsible for taxi cab enforcement. Lizanda, who took over the position?
It was Pedro Lorenzo.
Pedro's, I thought Pedro retired.
They only got 2 inspectors now.
Pedro retired.
Yeah, he retired. It was 3. We have. Oh, sorry, it was 3. with-
One second.
Yeah.
We can get that information as to who, but there are 2 inspectors, but they could provide the name to who is here, but there are 2
But,
inspectors.
I mean, so I would like to get an outline of their job descriptions, if they're, because these infractions are taking place at, 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure these inspectors, are they doing sessions or rounds at that hour, and taking complaints from residents, making sure that they're not parking on the street, because it's not being enforced, like everything else in the city, as a matter of fact. So if I can get a report, Madam Clerk, about the inspectors, who are the inspectors, what is their job description and roles, times that they're assigned to work, and follow up on these infractions.
Council President.
Thank you. These items will be on consent.
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk.
Regular.
Councilman,
Regular.
so,
Council
For-
President.
All the cab items, regular.
Yeah, so-
Madam, 1 second, Councilman Lutz. Item 14 is consent for the raffle ticket, and then 15 through 22 will be regular. Yes, Councilman Velez.
So from this point on the workshop, when they put all this
Regular.
regular or they move it, well, I'm going to call a discussion on the item that you're going to put forward, because I want to say something, and I don't want to go back and forth. Through the chair, Mr. B.A., this is one of the things that I've been talking to our public safety director, and also I did publicly mention it. We got 2 good taxi inspectors, but they on foot. They don't have a car. And it would be good that, once again, locate a vehicle for them. They could be more proactive. They bring to the general funding of the city of Paterson a lot of money going after those illegal cab drivers or pirates, how they call it. You know, it will be good that overtime will be good for them. Car will be good for them, and then if they give them more time to go out there and enforce illegal cabs and this type of violation at parking overnight, they could do it also at night, and it will be beneficial for the city. If you look at the court proceeding, probably in every Friday, they catch a lot of pirates, taxi pirates in the city of Paterson, so they bring in revenues to the city of Paterson. So
Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you,
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
So, Mr. B.A., is that accurate? There's 2 inspectors don't have a vehicle?
Mr. B.A.
I don't know how long that has gone on for, but currently the taxi inspectors are on foot,
They're on foot.
yes.
So what do they do? Walk around the city looking for
Well,
what?
we have many, well, if they had a vehicle, so if and when we get them a vehicle, which I'm working with Director Spezial and other department heads that have vehicles, they'd be limited to using those vehicles strictly to get from point A to point B around the city. They can't actually do any enforcement with the vehicle like a police car. So they're limited to the geographic area of, you know, downtown here, where we have city buildings that they can step into, take a break or whatever. So they're limited to this geographic area unless they choose to, by personal vehicle, change areas. So
Wait, I'm sorry. So you're saying that if an inspector is working
Right.
with a city vehicle, they're limited only to the downtown area in which they can enforce,
No.
do their job for taxi cab enforcement?
Currently, because they don't have a vehicle assigned to them, they're limited to this area because this is where most of our buildings are and our, you know, our administrative buildings are.
But why would a taxi cab enforcement person be working in an administrative building? What could
No.
they possibly be doing?
My point being, they are 12-month employees, like in the winter, right? You can't expect someone reasonably to be outside for 8 or 9 hours. So because they don't-
Especially if he's walking.
Correct.
So what is he doing? What are we paying 2 inspectors for, and they don't have a car? What are they doing? Could you explain like their job, their role, and their job description, walking around the city? I mean, what is a taxi cab enforcement agent supposed to do as he's walking around the city? Can you explain that? Make that kind of clear for me?
They walk, I see them myself, they walk with the book, they observe violations, they observe idling that occurs where it isn't supposed to. They have, by virtue of their position, the right to write, you know, certain citations or summonses and bring them to the, you know, feed them into the municipal court, and then that process unfolds. So giving them access to a city vehicle would just allow them to be able to jump between the different, you know, commercial corridors where there's the most taxi activity in the city, not strictly just downtown where most of their activity is currently.
So currently, the 2 of them, they walk around the block? That's what they're doing, walking
My
around?
understanding, that's been going on for a long time, yes.
And
But they bring in revenue for the resources they have. You know, one inspector has been with the city for over 20 years. So they,
Can we get a report on how much revenue they've been bringing in since they've been walking around the block? Can I get a report on that? Is that possible? Or is it not going to happen?
I can get you court revenue on those specific taxi citations, yes.
All right.
Thank you. And also, Mr. BA, to hear that taxi inspectors don't have vehicles is very alarming, so that needs to be addressed immediately. I'm not sure why that's happening, because in the past, the taxi inspector did have a vehicle, so I'm not sure what this new practice is.
Council President, I could update you
but
on
we-
that.
One second, but we have to make sure that it's addressed, not for that, but I'm just saying we have to make sure
So
that's addressed.
as we were speaking, one of the department heads texted me that they found a vehicle within another department, so we are working through that problem. So
Okay,
one
so
vehicle has been assigned to them.
Just provide an update to the council on that,
Yes.
Mr. BA. Item number 5, Madam Clerk, first reading ordinances establishing a commercial loading zone for Bascom Corporation products on a portion of Oak Street. Was this, item 5, was this vetted in your committee, Madam Chair, Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton? Number 5, was it vetted in your committee?
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was part of the committee, that's why.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good.
Director? Are there any questions about a commercial loading zone?
Nah, we good.
No.
Yeah, where is this on Oak?
This is to, there was an issue there, so this is to establish and to fix the problem. Director? You have to turn your mic on.
It's on the corner of B Street, in Oak Street. It'll be on the Oak Street side, I believe, 31 feet away from the corner. It'll be right in front of his property, Monday through Friday. He wanted it Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We cut it down from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5.
What is it? What are they loading?
It's distributor. So whatever he distributes to local bodegas, candy stores, stuff like that.
Because it's a relatively residential area right there, right?
Right there is all commercial property. You have the grocery store, you have the little deli on the corner, and then right next to him is the warehouse, which he has 2 bays already. It'll be right in front of his base.
Very good, thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. We're going to take our fire items if our fire chief and our deputy will come forward. I know these items were vetted through our Public Safety Committee. Madam Chair, items 36 through 38. If you can give an overview. Item 36 through 38, just a brief overview.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council President, these items were committee, all right?
So these items were vetted through committee, items 36 through 38. One is for the purchase of radio and accessories. The other is for the equipment for turnout gear for the fire department. And the other one is a software upgrade for the emergency entrance system for the fire department. Do any council members have questions pertaining to the fire department? Yes. Everything's okay for consent?
Oh, good.
Thank you. Thank you, Fire
I'm
Chief.
sorry,
and
one second, Council President. Chief, item number 37, for $132,000. What fire equipment exactly is this for?
That's for the 22 recruits that are in the academy, to outfit them from head to toe with the fire
Oh, new gear,
protective
okay.
equipment.
I apologize, I thought it was something else, it's fine. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Chief and Deputy.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yes, you too. Police Department, Madam Chair. These items were also vetted. Public Safety Committee. Yes.
Director here? Director isn't here. So council members, just like the fire items were vetted in committee a week ago, items 44, 45, and 46, and 47 were as well. These are police items. The first item, 44, is a resolution authorizing the City of Paterson through the Paterson Police Department department to participate in the Defense Logistics Agency Law Enforcement Support Office 1033 program to enable the Paterson Police Department to request and acquire excess Department of Defense equipment. Item 45 was a resolution authorizing participation with the State of New Jersey in a Safe and Secure Communities Program grant administered by the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety, Office of the Attorney General. 46 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Safeware Inc. for the purchase and delivery of one Skydio XL 10 dock and accessories for the Police Department under the Sourcewell contract number 080922-SAF in an amount not to exceed $161,008.
Thank you.
And item 47 is a resolution authorizing a contract for the purchase of 3 Ford Police Interceptors, all-wheel drive from the American Ford under the Bergen County Co-op Contract Purchasing System CK-04, bid number 24-43 for the Police Department in the amount not to exceed $140,726.20. A lot of these monies are coming from forfeiture funds.
Yes. Any issues to?
Consent.
Is the council members okay with moving forward with these items for consent? Then Council President, 44, 45, 46, and 47
Yes.
would go on consent.
Yes, thank you.
So, Council President, item number
Yes.
47 needs to be on regular. There's no way, I don't care what, I need an outline of what's going to happen with these vehicles via the last report I got, which doesn't outline what they're spending on gas. You have an enormous amount of ranking officers that have take-home vehicles. So now we're buying new vehicles, and where there's officers that's on patrol that don't have vehicles, you got officers coming in, they have to wait for cars, swapping cars, doubling up on cars. We're buying new vehicles. We should outline within the agreement of what we're paying for these vehicles for, and we should have a full report on the gas consumption that's been utilized by those take-home vehicles. You got officers that live up in Franklin and live up in Sparta, driving cars home every day. They don't even work in the street. They come out here, park the car in the back, while officers don't have cars, while they just use a vehicle to take back and forth, transporting their families and stuff like that, using city gas to do it. And we have no oversight on this. So that item needs to be on regular, please.
Thank you. So 44, 45, and 46 are consent. 47 is regular. Madam Clerk, let's do community development items. If you will come, 25 and 26, Director, for 25 and 26. And these items were met and vetted through our Community Development Committee. We did have a meeting, and thank you for the information. Can you just brief the council?
So 25 is to revise the budget that was already approved by the council a few months ago, well, actually a few years ago. We were not able to utilize the funds for the repairs for the library, so we're going to use it to do road resurfacing. The library will reapply for 26
We cannot
funds.
hear her.
Could you hear me?
Could you just
Sorry.
speak into the microphone?
Sure, sorry. The library was not able to utilize their funding that we awarded, so they're going to apply for 26 funding. We're going to use the 24 and 25 funds to do road resurfacing.
Council President.
So for Director, can you please send a copy of that email as to what really happened in almost the loss of those funds, so the council members can see
Yes.
the continuous dialogue in relation to what really happened, so the council members are well aware that it wasn't based on your side, but there was a constant request for some time, and we almost lost these funds.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Madam Director, first of all, thank you for being here. A long time I don't see you, right? But it's one meeting a month, workshop and regular. But CBDG money was received to the federal government to your department, right?
Yes.
Correct. It was COVID-19 CARE Act.
There's two resolutions. One is for COVID-19 and one is
Correct.
regular.
In the past, when we was receiving the $68 million and everybody was receiving funding for COVID-19, I always question, where is the book of instruction to spend this money?
1 second, Councilman Velez. 26 is COVID. This item 25 that she's speaking about is not COVID. This is CDBG. So I just want to make sure you're speaking on task to what we're talking
We
about.
thought we were talking about 26, sorry.
No, 25.
Sorry, okay.
So you'll come back?
We come back.
Okay.
President.
Councilman Jackson.
So, Madam Director, respecting the Council President's request for an email, I mean, I respect it as well, but I think the public deserves an answer on that as well. We have notices that the library was going to have to close certain spaces. Can you explain, can you outline for me what exactly happened, why the library failed to utilize these funds?
I couldn't actually explain to you why the library did not use their funds. I can tell you that we've had many meetings with the library because they were having issues with hiring an engineer, awarding a contract, deciding when they were going to shut down the libraries. I can't speak on that. That would have to be Director Fleming. As far as we're concerned, we presented, the CD department presenting a resolution back in '22. We amended it in '23. We gave them '24, and we're amending it again today because they still have not utilized any of the funds that we gave them,
The library has.
the library.
So, and this seems to be a pattern, because I know that there was also an issue with the YMCA, in which funds was taken from them in excess of, what, $2 million, or was it
I
$50,000?
have no
How
idea
much?
about the YMCA. The YMCA did a home project with me, and they did not complete the project according to the time frame. That has nothing to do with CDBG. That's a home project.
Okay, okay. Although it may not have anything to do with this particular matter, right? The library has a great deal to do with how it impacts our young people and how they are, they subsidize their education, as well as the YMCA and how they, aid, our young people and how they do the same, whether it's education or athletic outlets and things of that nature. It seems very strange to me that money that had a significant impact on the community through a community service agencies, specifically the one that we're responsible for with the library. So how much, what was the amount that they failed to utilize?
$612,000.
The library failed to use $612,000. What was it originally earmarked for?
The library.
Okay, obviously they have to have had an approved project, right? They just can't say,
No.
we take a $650 to give it away
Now,
to.
they give us an
to visit.
application, we vet the application, we present it to the council awards the contract.
Right.
And then the entity has to go out and do the business. We've
The
worked
$600,000, Director, what was it supposed to be utilized for?
for construction of two libraries, actually three.
Director, I don't understand how is this getting escalated? I'm simply asking the question.
I'm not escalating, I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm asking the question, not just for my own edification, but also for the purposes of the public, so they can understand how community block grant money comes into the city and and consistently is diverted for some other activity that we should have been paying
We need
for
stronger
someplace else.
partners. That's the only way I can put it. We need stronger,
President.
more knowledgeable partners. We tried really hard to help Director Fleming on the path of doing the construction. We started with the small library in Totowa. That failed miserably. He had to pay out of his own pocket. We are a reimbursement, so they pay first and then we reimburse. We looked at all of,
So what was the failure? How did it fail?
he did not procure properly. We gave him all the tools to procure, and he didn't procure properly, so we cannot move forward. We asked permission from HUD. Once we get procurement in place, we have to send a notice to HUD that we follow all of their rules, and then they give us permission to spend the money. So you can award it, but I can't give out a dime until HUD says it's okay. He did not do that. So we scrapped that project. That was only $26,000. We moved that money into the next two projects. It took him from 2022 to 2026, and we still have not completed the project. If I let it stay on the books, there's no money that's going to be available for anything. So we asked him, do you think you can do this as of November of last year? He said, oh, I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be doing it. Don't worry. January, we get a letter from HUD saying, what's going on? We're about ready to give you your 26 allocation. You didn't spend 24 or 25. I said, okay, we got a little issue. COVID happened. We got people leaving, gave all kind of excuses. They bought that. Then HUD shifted how many people they have in Newark. So I have a new crew. They're looking at everything. And when I talked to Corey, Mr. Feldman, Director Fleming, when I spoke to him in February, he agreed, I'm going to give it up. I will apply for 26 funds. I said, well, now the funds that we gave you, it's probably not going to be enough. You need to apply for more because of the amount of the materials are going to be higher. So you might need $1 million, but you really need to get your consultant to narrow it down because we probably won't be doing 2 projects. We only have enough money to do 1. Okay, Barbara, don't worry about it. I will do it. He's not even here today to explain to you.
Who?
Director Fleming.
Council President?
1 second, Mr. B.A. And that's why I made the request, Director, please send that email strand so everyone sees that you're not speaking. They can see all of the details clearly in writing. Mr. B.A.
I just want to add to what the director said, and the director's very diligent about meeting deadlines and not losing federal funds. So when the director brought this to the surface, that this project was not going to get done by a certain date, we had a meeting. The director came with her staff, with the library director. We all walked through the most optimistic timeline on that project possible, and we all concluded in the room there was 0 chance that the project was going to get completed by that drop-dead date by the federal government. So, you know, we're left with limited options to be able to spend down this money by a certain date, and we encourage the director to, you know, resubmit and get involved in the next process. So, from my perspective, on the city's end, everyone did their due diligence to the best that they could.
Mr. B.A., Madam President, if I may. So what was the outline of this specific project for $600,000+? What was the objective to complete?
So the main library needed the steps done and repointing of the brick. The South Side Library needed the retaining wall done. So that has probably doubled. The price he gave us was $389. It's probably double now.
That was on
South
Main
Paterson.
Street, South Paterson. Okay, and yeah. Well, I mean, the challenge here is, I mean, you know, we hear about these things, you know, when it's too late, when obviously the money's going back. So now we're not returning this money. The $600,000 is going to be utilized for road resurfacing.
Yes.
Where?
It's in the resolution.
In the Hillcrest section. There's various sections of the
Yes,
city.
there's 6 sites. Prince Street, Harrison Street, Jasper Street, Holzman Street.
First Ward, Second Ward.
Rossiter, and Cortland. They have the begin and end, but, do you want me to read it into the record?
No, it's fine.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Velez. Thank you, Director. Councilwoman
Director,
Cotton.
we have 2 years here. We have 24, we have 25.
Yes.
Now, for year number 25, I thought that we had extra 2 years or 3 years that we can spend the money from HUD. And what I see here is that for year number 2025, I think that we needed to keep that money there for home improvement, rehab.
We
Why
have
we
more than
cannot-
enough
why-
for the homeowner rehab program.
Say that again?
We have more than enough for the homeowner rehab program.
When you say more than enough, what you mean more than enough?
800,000 plus.
All right, but right now we have 335,000.
We're removing that
Right. So why we can't leave it there? That's what I'm saying. When you
because
say
we're
more than
asking, again, it has to move. So we're asking to remove.
no, wait a second. 2025. There's only 1 year yet. It's not even a year yet.
I understand.
So why we have to move because it's not a year yet? Why we can't hold it like we held other years? Like you're talking about 22, 23, 24, 20. You know what I mean? So for 2025, we can't hold the 335,000 for another year to go with the 800,000 for the rehab.
The 800,000 includes the 325
For what year?
for 25, 24, and 23.
We have 800,000.
Yes.
My question is why we can't hold the 335. You say we have enough, but I don't think that's enough.
I think it's more than enough, because we are asking. Well-
Because we have plenty of homeowners that can use money to help fix their
You still have to
property.
qualify, and we're still going through that process.
There's plenty of people that's going to qualify out there.
We're
I
still
know they
going-
are.
we're
It's going
still
to eat
going
up
through the
because
process.
the average cost to do some rehab on a house is about 25, 30,000.
I agree.
And
but
they
we're-
they have to stay there for 5 years. This way they don't have to pay the money back.
I agree, but we're still going through the review process.
They say what now?
We're still going through the review screening process.
Did we hire the consultant firm
We
to
did
do
hire a
that?
consultant.
And everybody that goes down to the office, they're put on a waiting list anyhow
We
to
had
see.
Originally, we had 700 people waiting on the waiting list.
How many?
700.
700 people. So
Yes.
that's why I say, so you say we can't use the 335?
We still need contractors to fix the houses. Right now, we only have 4.
Okay. You got 4 contractors?
That's it. That's all that qualified. When the Trump administration came in, they changed the process of everything.
Okay.
So we had to adapt to everything that they changed. This program was running smoothly before the Trump administration came.
Right.
Once they came in, we had to change all kinds of rules to qualify people. We have not been able to qualify as many as we did prior.
And that's because and the reason why you're not able to do that because HUD is changing their requirements.
Yes.
And what are some of the major stumbling blocks that you're facing with people not qualifying?
Most of them is probably the income. They've changed the income, a
Right.
great deal of it.
Their income. You know, but do you have the breakdown of I know one thing, they need the deeds, they need the surveys, they need the income, they need how many people live in a house, they need,
Right, that's part of the screening, but we do all of that. We
Right.
receive all of that.
so you're saying most people are not qualifying because of their income?
Right. We found a few that actually qualified and then learned that they actually own multiple properties. This program, you cannot. You can only own one, the one you live in.
Right. Okay. Can you get that to me, please? All right.
Thank you. We're
Thank
going to
you.
put this item on, Councilman Velez, it'll go on regular.
Thank you,
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President, Madam Director. This is time sensitive?
Yes.
Okay. We had to appropriate the money and before the end of what year?
Well-
This year?
The reason why this one is time sensitive, we only have a small window to do road construction.
Correct. So that's where I'm going. In the past, I don't know if Council Chair from the Finance is going to agree with me on this. When there's a resolution that involves 2 committees, in this case involving the Department of Community Development, but the project is determined to DPW. And this did not came to DPW committee. Now, I'm satisfied because they requested some street to get paved, right? The reason I'm saying why they don't come and bring that recommendation to us, to the committee, DPW, because when I look at Prince Street, Prince Street is not residential. The length of Spring Street is the same length of Madison Street, Beach Street, and 17th Avenue between Madison and Rosa Park. Why I'm saying this? Those streets really need repavement. Now, I'm looking at Prince Street, who we are doing a favor. Though our commercial, I'm not saying your department, but when you look at they have to pave a street, and and I look at the map and I go through there and I see the U-Haul companies here, industrial is here, not even residents park through there, only to cover a couple potholes that they have there. Meanwhile, I have Madison Street with big potholes, Beach Street that they're calling every time there's a crater out there, and 17. Why they cannot bring a recommendation, Council President, in the future, if thanks God we got the money, CBG, but at the same time, the discussion should come, Mr. BA, in the future to the department, the committee that is involved also. If they asking for street, in the Department of Engineering asking for street repaving or whatever, they should come to us and say, listen, we want to do this, we want to request this. What do you think, council members? Probably we could see more street that are needed for repayment, not an industrial area that a lot of people will not even park there.
So let me,
So, Council President, just a recommendation, because people are going to ask me, why they repaving that street that is not residential? It don't have not even 3 potholes or 4 potholes, but that street, Madison Street, that I have residents that calling me when they're going to do this street, when they're going to do this street. I'm lobbying for the 5th Ward. And when I see one street in the 5th Ward, I say, wow, Prince Street from Ward Street to Slater Street. And when I look at the map, is an industrial area. Who's going to deteriorate those streets? The same trucks that go through there. Why they don't go adopt the street, and if they come and adopt the street and pave it at the same time, why we have to spend that money there? I'm just saying that,
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So let me address that. This council, and I was a part, and there's many other council members that made a request to DPW to do a master assessment of all the streets of the city. We approved the list. This council did. These streets are on that list to ensure they get paved. It went through this council, it went through DPW committee. Mr. BA, can you please send that list again to all council members? Prince Street is terrible. I know you're talking about the other part, but if you come from, Ward Street on, that street has a lot of potholes. So I get it when you talk about the other part, that's whatever, but there is a residential part of Prince Street that does have a lot of residents.
But it's not going there. It's ending in Slater and Ward Street. If you look at a U-Haul company, and in front of it, there's an industrial building. There's no residential there. Now, I agreed after Slater up to.
No, we will make sure that it will be for the entire strip.
It says
we
Ward
cannot
Street
do part of a street and not the whole. It's not a county road. It will be a part of the entire project, and it did come before this council, the whole list. Please send that list again so everyone can see the list of all the streets that need to be paved in the city of Paterson. This item will be on regular.
So, Council President, may I please, through the chair, Mr. BA, I know that the streets that I'm talking about, Madison Street, Beach Street, and you look around there, but those streets, they are really bad. If they're not in no list, please try to put it in a list, because my residents' cars are getting damaged. The potholes cannot be covered every week because it rains, it comes back again. And I just want to, I understand that we already pay 90% of my street, but the 10% is left over is bad.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson, then this item will be on regular 25, and then we'll go to 26.
Item definitely be on regular.
Councilman Jackson.
First of all, it's not a request. If the council stands firm on the selection of streets and roads, then that's what happened. Otherwise, it doesn't get approved. But the answer to that question is simple. It's election season, and it's in the industrial residents that's making these contributions to campaigns. So it doesn't surprise me. There's plenty of streets. Governor Street was on a list years ago and still hasn't been done. The governor between Street and Bridge still hasn't been done. It was been promised it was going to be done for quite some time, and here we are doing a street in the light industrial area to the point that he's making. But I mean, it doesn't take much to get these things passed. We got rubber stamping going on here, and they decide how they're going to do certain things. They slip make certain promises on the campaign trails, and this is how it happens. This is corruption 101, while we're using HUD money to do it. And it's very clear. While residents are riding around, avoiding reverse speed humps, the businesses, people that don't live here, they get their blocks, their streets, their roads paved right away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 26, Madam Clerk. It is to our director, is an item for a resolution number 23488, authorizing budget revision number 8 to the 2019-2020 one-year annual action plan for the use of leftover CDBG COVID-19 CARE Act funding. Director?
Yes, this is the last 21,000 that's left in this grant. After this is done, the HUD will close the grant out.
Is going, sorry, Council President. I have-
Councilman Velez?
Yeah, so, Madam Director, so we're using the funding for what now for this one?
It's for services, and it's being done by Mr. G's kids.
Okay, okay. I got it. Because you mentioned the library, and I thought it was in between this.
No.
But that's okay. No, I thought, when I heard you saying library in the past, I thought it was containing this, but that's okay.
26. No, this has nothing to do with the library, Councilman.
Okay, good.
26, it would be on regular, Madam Clerk.
Why?
Why?
26 on regular, why?
Would you like it to be on consent?
Consent, yeah. I don't
Anybody have an issue with it being on consent?
Consent?
Consent.
Okay,
Consent.
it's on regular.
Why?
A councilman, once they request it regular, it goes on regular.
Okay.
Finance items,
Thank you.
Councilman
all,
Jackson.
You know, we have squandered, well, let me not say we, they have squandered more money in the last several years. The CARES Act dollars, how are we going to just put this on regular? We don't even have a full report on what was done with all the money that came from before. Where's the $80 million that was allocated? We don't have a report. We're just going to continue to approve this stuff with no expenditure reports. You guys are ridiculous, man. This is exactly why we're in the straits that we're in. Where's the report? I know you find it amusing, Councilman Dean, because you're an automatic yes vote on everything, but this is ridiculous. How are we just going to continue to spend money, no benefit to the public, no accountability to the public, while we got developers making millions of dollars, no reports on Hinckliffe Stadium spending to this day. You guys just yes, no problem, sure, yes. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. This item.
Council
Council
President.
President.
Council
Councilman
President.
Velez, this item
Council
is
President.
on, this item is on regular, Madam Clerk, in regards to, thank you, Director. Item 26 is on regular.
Council
Madam
President.
Chair, for Finance, could you prepare for items 27 through 35 for licenses and entertainment? Councilman Uden and then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Respected community members in presence. I try to be on the topic. I don't want to bring this different items when I speak on particular item. If you speak about particularly item number 25, 26, these are time sensitive, and grant money is, if you don't use it, you have to return it. We want to make sure that any grant we received, we are utilizing properly. As Director mentioned about the crisis of communication between the library director and herself, we don't want to lose any grant that we have received. And that particular items we want to make sure that we're utilizing in the time-sensitive manner. So I definitely wanted this moving forward. I don't know what Councilman Jackson particularly mentioned about my name, to supporting everything. I always stand firmly whatever best for the resident of our city of Paterson. Thank you, Madam President.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Councilman, maybe you care to give us an example of some of your activities and standing firm on what? You've been a rubber stamp, dude. Give us an example. What have you championed? What have you held firm on? This is the CARES Act dollars is millions of dollars, millions.
Right.
How about the reference, you're a fellow council person, how about the staff person being paid over $15,000 in a pay period?
Council President?
You can't make one representation on one thing that you've supported. Oh, I apologize. You reduced the handicap parking spaces from 18 feet to 14 feet.
Council President?
I do recall
Thank
that.
you for giving the credit,
No,
Council President.
Councilman, we're moving on because we're not going to do the back and forth. Councilwoman Davila.
Please allow
can you-
him to give the
Councilman
community a reference
Jackson.
of what
I'm
he's
not
supporting.
running for mayor, Councilman. Otherwise, I would go into
ending-
debate.
It doesn't matter if you're running for
Council
mayor. Being a responsible
Council
person
members,
is
no back
is
and
what the
forth.
public
Point of
demands
order,
for.
point of order, council members. Madam Chair for Finance, can we move into items 27 through 35 so we can move into allowing the public to speak? Items 27 through 35, which are all
Thank you.
licensed.
Thank you very much, Council President, council members. Items 27 and 28 are a resolution addressing a renewal of an entertainment license as well as a dance hall license for Maranza Enterprises, also known as Zona Urbana. It's in the 5th Ward. I always do ask if there are any issues pertaining, if any council member within their wards, as you know, there's 3 of us that are at large representing the entire city, but if there's any constituent complaints, you know, I always do defer to the council member. In addition, if there are any of these license holders who are renewing who have issues with ABC, that is a separate entity that they will take up with the state as well as the local ABC. So items 27 and 28 are for renewal of entertainment and dance hall. Items 29 and 30 are a resolution addressing the same, an entertainment show license renewal for Kings, also known as Bonfire, as well as a dance hall license. Again, that is in the 3rd Ward. Councilman Mendez, just like Councilman Velez said, there was no issues with 27 and 28.
No issue at all.
29 and 30. 31 is a resolution addressing the renewal of a florist license.
Consent.
And for the following licensees, which is Flowers versus Flowers LLC, that's in the 5th Ward, 414 Main Street, Floristeria Mia, 513 Market Street, also in the 5th, Lowe's Home Center in the 3rd Ward on McLean Boulevard.
Let's go to the flower license. Lowe's.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, sorry.
So, Council President, council members, 27, 28, and 29, 30, and 31, if that is okay, it can go on consent.
Consent.
Okay.
27 to 35?
Well, we have 32 through
One second.
35.
27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 will go on consent.
Yes.
We'll move forward to items 32, 33, 34, and 35. 32 is a resolution addressing a renewal of an entertainment show license for Carlos Arias, known as Brothers A&C Pizza Chicken. This is in the 6th Ward, 342 21st Ave. Item 33 is a resolution addressing the renewal of a junkyard. Let me just keep with 32. Any council member, councilman of the 6th Ward is not here today as he is sick.
He's okay with them.
I am going to move to put that on regular. As
He's okay with both of them.
He's okay. Well, there's only one.
It's
There's only
two.
one. The
32 and,
33 is a
The
junkyard.
2 items.
oh, he's okay with both of them on
Okay,
consent.
so 32 will go on consent. 33 is in the 6th Ward as well, but that is not an entertainment or renewal license. That is a renewal for a junkyard license. For David Zager, Zager Brothers, Inc., that is in 69-83 Getty Avenue, 6th Ward. We'll move forward for consent. 34 is a resolution addressing the renewal of a coin-operated amusement device license for Santiago Miguel. That's one table. That's on 50 Cianci Street. That's in the 5th Ward. Councilman Velez, any complaints, any issues, requests? It can go on consent. If there is any questions, we can move forward and put that on regular. Is the owner for the renewal for license for Santiago Miguel here?
No.
Okay. Councilman Velez?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Velez.
I think that 50 Cianci Street is in the corner of, let me go for a minute, because normally I never, even if it's the one I'm thinking, that used to be La Fuente Bar, in any chance? Let me see. Just be with me for, yeah, La Fiesta, hold on, yes. I'm gonna tell you why.
So would you like this on regular or?
We can move
So
forward. If you want to
30
put it on regular and have them come in.
So
Yeah.
32, 33,
No,
and 35 are consent.
Why are we rushing?
No, we haven't
No,
gone
we're-
to 35 yet.
Well,
We're on
32
34
and
right now.
33 are consent.
Okay.
34, what would you
Okay,
like,
okay, okay.
Councilman
Okay.
Velez?
No, the question I just had is because this business is under La Fiesta, but we are putting the license under a person name,
So would you
Santiago
like-
Miguel.
Would you like it on regular, or would you like it removed?
I don't know if that's the rule.
That, if you want to pull it and we bring it back and bring it to the clerk to get all,
Leave it in regular until, Madam Clerk, can you
So,
please possibly?
like previously stated, 34 will be on regular, 35?
okay, very well.
No, put in consent, She
No,
could
no,
get,
no.
she could get me the answer on the week until next week.
No,
yeah.
we're gonna, I
Okay.
have a question. It's
Oh,
one
you got
on
a question?
regular.
Okay.
It's one on regular.
It's doing business as.
Okay, so 35, and there's a reason, if you look at the rest of the paperwork there's.
Correct.
I have some questions. So,
Correct.
35 is a resolution addressing a renewal of a motor vehicle junkyard license for HB International Trading LLC, also known as Gasoline Ally, and
Regular.
251 Presidential First Ward. This item will go on regular.
On regular.
Okay.
Thank you. Health and Human Services, the director is here.
Yes, he is here.
We have items 30,
Council President.
39
Yes,
through
Council President.
43. 1 second, 39 through 43. And you also have
62.
item 62.
So before, Council President.
Yes,
Before
Councilman
the Director of Health and Human Services speaks, I do want you to know that we did have committee. These items did go forward. Our chair is not here. I am the sitting vice chair, so just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you.
So 39 is,
Director?
Good evening, honorable members of the council. Number 39 is an amendment to the Code Blue funding that we get from the county to increase for the January through March allotment. Number 40, Dr. Prasad is here if you have any questions, but this is the renewal of the last year of the bid for surgical supplies for the clinics at the Division of Health. This is the last year of that bid. Number 41 is the resolution accepting the setup grant for the WIC Senior Farmers Market. As you know, we offer seniors $40 vouchers for fruits and vegetables at approved sites that are set by the state. $40 per person, $80 per couple. The $2,500 is the setup for us to buy labels and paper and things of that nature.
I'm sorry, Director, can you outline that for me, please? Can you outline that for me?
The senior WIC program that we've been offering for a
Said
few
WIC?
years now. WIC, it's called, yeah, WIC. So we offer seniors $40 vouchers to purchase fruits and vegetables. Last year, we gave about 1,000.
1,000 vouchers or
1,000 vouchers.
$1,000?
1,000 vouchers. The $2,500 of the grant is just for us to set up. So we buy paper, labels, to be able to, because now it is a QR code. So in the past, it used to be a printout with a paper voucher. Now it's a QR code.
So the seniors, are they capped by how much they can they can receive?
$40. $40 per person, $80 per couple.
That's the entire
That's for the,
life of the program. That's not.
no, every year for as long as we have the program. So this usually occurs in the summer. As you know, farmers markets come out and individuals are able to go and purchase, like from City Green. There are some approved vendors in the city and the farmers market down South Paterson. So they're able to take that QR code to those vendors and get $40 worth of fruits and vegetables. There are vendors like City Green that double the points, so they can get $80 for the $40.
So there's a list of people who receive this this voucher?
We have a list of the individuals who have received them, yes.
How are these individuals selected?
They can come to the Human Services Office at 125 or to Senior Services on 5th Ave at Riverside Vets and apply.
So it's not a matter of a specific list being renewed every
No,
year?
no.
It's-
Every year, we'll share the flyer when it's ready with the council. It'll be shared on social media. The senior services staff will share with all the senior buildings, and then individuals just start coming in either to my office or to senior services.
Understood.
And I want to commend you because you you extended the marketing piece to make sure you go through the buildings. The seniors love it. I'm really excited about what you're doing with this program. 42?
42 is the
Wait, 41 is going to go on consent?
Yeah, we're going to do them all together. Just when he's done.
42 is the resolution authorizing the acceptance of the partial HIV emergency relief grant and minority AIDS initiative. So as you know, we come before you, we do the acceptance of the initial partial award to the different service providers, and then later on the year, we then adjust that based on the level of services that they provided. There is a list at the back of the resolution that says what agencies and what kind of services they provide.
43?
43 is resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to apply for and accept grant funds for Passaic County, as well as allocate matching funds for the prevention of alcohol and substance abuse. This is the Municipal Alliance grant. As you know, it's a small grant that we do programming with students from John F. Kennedy High School and other youth programs. It's a very small grant of $35,000.
Yes. Council, and item 62.
And 62, Dr. Prasad is here.
Well, before we go there, item 39 through 43, council members, are we okay with consent for these items?
Consent.
39 through 43, consent.
Council President,
1 second, Councilman Velez. Yes? Okay, Councilman Velez?
just a quick question. Number 41, how much we used to receive before in that grant? The same amount? It was higher?
So the $2,500 is just a setup. It's just for setup. We purchase office supplies with that.
Also, it's not, I'm talking about the Senior Farmer Market Nutrition Program?
Correct. We get about the same amount of money. Last year, we got $2,400.
So you use it for office, not for give it to the seniors?
No, that money is for us to prepare for the program. So we buy labels. If we have to buy a computer, if we have to buy a printer,
Yeah, you're
that
talking
money
about-
comes out of that
I
$2,500.
say nutrition program for senior, I thought you.
Yeah, the $2,500 is just like seed money.
Internal costs. Yes. All consent, 62.
62 is a
Director.
resolution authorizing a split award of contract to various vendors for consultant and evaluation services. This is from our Lead and Healthy Homes Hazard Inspection Services for the Division of Health. So it is just splitting the award to various contractors.
For lead and healthy homes.
Yes.
Which I appreciate. This is a program I've been, 1 second, Councilwoman Zavala. I've been at some of the presentations that you've been doing at the grandparents and the senior sites, and I know they're using this program, and it's free of charge. So to the community at large, please reach out to the Health Department, 973-321-1277, for these programs that are available at no charge to test lead and to abate the problem in your house. Councilwoman Zavala?
So I just wanted to add, and thank you very much for that. Now they'll be able, now that they're able to split this contract, right, we're going to be able to do and assess more. I
To
don't
do
think-
more units.
Excuse me?
Now that we're able to split the contract, we're able to do more units.
More units,
Yeah.
yes. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
so this is a bit troublesome for me. Anytime I could read a document and it can have very contradictive wording. Healthy homes. So, and this is an ongoing problem, Director. I don't understand what we need to do to cure it. Last night, over at possibly 10:30 p.m., Brother Keys, Professor Keys, and Dr. Fields, we had the unfortunate opportunity to have to go visit a resident. And what's going on, even the live video that I did a few weeks ago on Fair Street, these homes are far from healthy. These homes are inundated with mold, with lead. And Brother Keys, if you can outline, when you do get an opportunity to speak, and I know you probably already had a prescribed speech, but the condition of this resident's home, where these slumlords are telling residents, look, I'm not going to do anything. The amount of mold that's impacting, you have a woman that's on Fair Street that's saying her handicapped child can no longer live in her home. He has to find refuge someplace else. She was there to provide, household services to her. And while I mean, it's cute, it's nice. We're doing these things like this, we're taking grants and things of that nature while people in our community are living in squalor. And the first thing I asked her, did you report this? Where'd you report it? Health Department, CI. If people suffering from mold ingestion is not a public health matter, then I don't know what else is. If people are being allowed to collect rents and leave people living under these circumstances where there's constantly water leaking, I mean, all you had to do is look at the video I did a few weeks ago and to see the amount of mold that's building up in people's houses and not think that that's a matter of a healthy home environment. Like, it's sad. It's not even laughable, it's sad that we have people being paid, so-called professionals, that are allowing for residents to live this way throughout the city. So, I mean, I have a big issue with that because I'm getting phone calls, and obviously nobody within city departments answer to me, but I will not sit still and allow people to live this way. They should not be, landlords, especially non-owner occupied facilities, should not be allowed to have people living under these conditions. Well, go ahead, you can answer. State what you're going to state in public. So let the public hear how it's okay for you to allow people to live under these excruciating conditions.
Council President.
Director.
Healthy Homes, this program, this grant that we're here for is lead. Mold is not something we investigate because there is no state statute on mold. And Dr. Prasad can elaborate on that, but we make those referrals to community improvements because they can investigate it, because usually when there is mold, it's because there is moisture, there is a leak, there's water intrusion or protrusion. They can investigate that. And as I've discussed that with the councilman before and with others, you can feel free to call our state legislature and have them introduce a law that does give us the power or the tools to be able to investigate and prosecute that. But right now, we do not have a state statute that mandates us to investigate mold.
Is there a state statute that regulates rats and the infestation of rats in the state?
Dr. Prasad.
We attend to that through a city ordinance.
That doesn't answer my question. Is there a state statute regulating the infestation of municipalities when it comes to rats?
No.
No.
I'm not aware of any.
Oh, but we still take rats as well. We act as we do, but we don't. We are being overran with rats in this community now. But just as a public health director, just because there is no, because other municipalities are doing it. And I've called you on dozens, hundreds of occasions with reports on rat droppings, mold. These are issues, that's real issues that people in Paterson are being forced to live through.
Well, we address those issues.
You address what issues?
Our inspectors, inspect homes that complain, and also we bait the catch basins on the road streets. So we address these issues.
Mold and rat droppings?
I think you're talking about rat droppings, not mold, rat.
No, I'm talking about non-healthy home environments. And mold is a factor. For people who have children, mold is a factor. I understand that maybe it may not be a factor for you. You don't have to live under those kind of conditions, but residents in our community is being subjected to that. I mean, there's many different circumstances. It's just like the employees that have within the health department had to be sent home because they're being forced to work in an environment that has no heat, no air conditioning. Yet we're spending, we have CDBG money to be sent all over the place. What I'm talking about is a lack of your concern as the public health officer in the city that people are living under duress in infested mold conditions. And if they're calling me, I know they're calling your office and they're just getting turned away. So what are we doing about people that are living in unsafe health hazardous conditions. We're just passing the buck saying that there's no state law, so there's nothing that we're going to do. We're going to continue to let Paterson be abused by outside developers that come in and don't take care of these issues.
Councilman, as I mentioned to you, you move from rat to mold, or mold to rat and back to mold. So let me put some order to this. So with regards to the mold, I think Director Ramirez give you the right answer. He addressed that already, so I think we put that to rest. With regards to the rat infestation, we have a city ordinance that addresses this. And that's what we enforce, the city ordinance, as it relates to rat. So if you have rat in your house, you can call the health department and we will send an inspector. And once we determine there's rat, if you're the owner of that, well, if you're the tenant or you're the landlord, you're responsible for fixing that problem. If you don't, then summons are issued. So I don't know what else I can tell you, but we addressed that.
Did you issue a summons to the city for the rats running around in front of the city hall?
I just explained to you that we bate the catch basins.
Okay, all right.
So we can. Who are we going to?
So let's move on, because obviously, you're blowing off a matter that's very critical. What I'm talking about is, and I'll give you the address if you don't have it. The young lady posted I posted a video of a home that's completely infested with mold. And you're saying that, so what, it's not a concern of yours. This woman's health, not just her, but the thousands of residents in the city of Paterson. I went to visit another house last night. It was on Highland Street. That people are calling me because they're calling your office and they're getting no resolve. They're forced to live in squalor and molded conditions, and you have no answer for it. There hasn't been anything that's been presented to the council. I mean, normally the administration writes all the legislation that the council just votes yes for anyway. So if your office has been getting overwhelmed or ignoring enough calls for mold, why hasn't it been addressed?
Let me address it again. Director Ramirez addressed it. There is no state statute.
Director Ramirez, he's a director. He's not the public health officer.
Okay, so
you're responsible for the conditions and the safety of the public. You are. You're the one with the doctrine. You're the one that's responsible. He can answer any question he wants to answer. I'm asking you, where is your accountability to the members of the public that I'm getting calls from, that I got to go visit their homes and they're being overrun? Do I need to show you personal video from this? I wish we could use the projector here, because we have members of the public that are being forced to live in conditions that's unsuitable.
We'd be more than happy to meet with you, Councilman, if you have further questions.
Yes. So, Director, please send some information, maybe put like a public announcement out to the community. I'm the department that actually handles mold, which is not your department. And if there's some legislation that needs to be drawn up, that way we can put it together as a council for mold to be addressed in a different way. We can do that as well.
Why don't we get Council President, why don't we get a report from the BA, from the administration, on how many violations for mold that have been issued? I mean, for the public health officer to just blow off a question with regard to the public health conditions, public safety, is absolutely ridiculous. This is the people that we have that we're paying six-figure salaries to, that ignore, the conditions that people are living in.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. And my question wasn't directed to the Director Ramirez or our health department person in charge, Mr. Prasad. What is the phone number that the resident of the city of Paterson need to call when they're going through that situation, when they live in that condition, living in an apartment with mold, water leaking from pipe, and so what is the phone number that people need to call? Because right now there's not a clear path or a direction for the resident of the city of Paterson when they go into that situation. I've been in an apartment that, I mean, horrible, places that are on horrible, impossible to live in that condition. And they don't have a clear path. They don't have a phone number. They don't have a person to go. That need to be fixed. Here in the city of Paterson, there's no one number that they could call for people to address it right now. If there's a number or a person responsible, we have to put it on record, because there's hundreds of residents here in the city of Paterson that they live in a horrible and a deplorable condition in those apartments, and nobody's holding those landlord accountable for the job that they have to do, which is fixing the apartment and make sure that people live in a decent place to live. All they do is charge rent. And if people go behind the rent, they go through the eviction process. And that's what people are going through every single day here. There's not one department here that people could call and say, I'm going through this situation, and then this administration will address it. Not one.
Thank you, Councilman. So let me put it back on record, because they stated it very clearly. There is a department. It is community improvements. To the public, the number is 973. We're council members. We should know these numbers. No. 973-321-1232. It was clearly stated for mold, you reach out to the Community Improvements Department. The number is 973-321-1232. I didn't have to look it up because I give it out all the time. That item will go on regular, Madam Clerk. I know we have a special meeting, but we only have...
I've been giving that number, Council President. There's no answer to that.
You don't have the floor. We have 16 people for public portion.
Council President.
Madam Clerk, we're going to open up public portion. I know the public has been waiting for a while, so I want to open up public portion. 1 second, Councilman Jackson. We'd like to open up public portion to the public. You have a 3-minute time limit. The clock is on. There is someone which I've already spoke to the clerk. She reached out to me earlier. That is the process, that you reach out in advance to ask for extra time, and that time has been extended to them. But please stick to the 3 minutes. There are 16 speakers. Once the 3 minutes is over, the buzzer will go off, and I will clearly say, next speaker, Madam Clerk. Please respect the decorum and the protocol as we move forward. After Councilman Jackson, Madam Clerk, the first speaker, please.
Very good, Council President. Just wanted to point out that any mold qualified professional has to be certified. They have to be certified. I'm not sure if anybody within CI is certified for those aspects, but the fact of the matter is we have a health officer here who's responsible for the conditions of the public's health and conditions. The fact that they overlook and disregard conditions that thousands of residents are being inundated with is concerning. I appreciate the moment. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, just right before the first table, item 34 is tabled. The councilman of the 5th Ward asked to table it until he gets more information. First speaker, public portion, Madam Clerk, is Mr. Kemper McDowell.
34. First speaker is Mr. Kemper McDowell.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Council President, MEMS. So I have 2 items I'd like to speak on that the Council consider. One is pretty much an inquiry as to when will the Council or the City begin creating a new master plan, a full master plan, or a re-examination plan. As you know, our last full master plan was done, I believe, in 2014, and I'm not sure when our last re-examination plan was created, but I know it's been maybe 6 or 8 years ago. This is critical because right now we're pretty much operating without a plan, without a sure vision of how we want our city to look, how things are governed. Pretty much the plan is being kind of ad hocly changed and created from planning board meeting to zoning board meeting. You know, whatever a contractor or a developer can come up with, and they get their votes to get that passed, regardless of what that zoning may call for. For example, I attended one of the zoning meetings a couple weeks ago, and there were 2 projects on the agenda that were totally out of the realm of that particular zone. One was for a R1 zone. They wanted to build a 2-family house. The zoning board said this is not permitted. You must go for a use variance. The other was a 11-unit apartment in a R2 zone where it was last a 3-family house. So these projects, the only way they can go forward is if they were granted a use variance. A use variance totally changes the zoning rules for that particular property. The problem is, you change it for one, here comes the next person. And you know, if you've been fronted with this in the past where somehow someone built that building this high, and someone came and said, I want to build mine this high. And you said no. I said, well, you let him build it, or she build it that high. It's setting precedents. So I would encourage you to get the redevelopment, the master plan on the move. I believe the last time I came up, you were in the process of hiring a consultant to kind of go through the process of doing that. And I also encourage you, when that plan development starts, that you have a nice, robust community input process. Because this is the vision of the city. Without the, and nothing against the experts and the planners that work for the city and what have you, this is the city, this is the community. It's not just an outside investment, it's our home. So we should be a part of the planning of that. Second thing is, 1 minute?
Mr. McDowell, your time is up.
Okay.
Second speaker is Valerie Freeman.
And it was a request made. She does have extended time. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, I probably won't need
Commissioner.
it, but thank you anyway. Good evening, Madam President and the council. I'm here to address one person, Mike Jackson. What happened last Wednesday at the school board meeting wasn't called for, because I discussed with you, you asked me before, what was my stance on the school closings, and I gave it to you. My position won't change until anybody can tell me where's the fairness in all of this. Last year we had almost 2,000 students who had to move to different locations. Those parents came with the same concerns, the same fears, and the same cries. But there wasn't an outpour of pushback like we see today. I don't want to pull the race card or say that it is because the majority that are fighting this don't look like those who were forced last year to do it. So I'm not going to go there. You use your own judgment on that. But I will not respond the way you might expect, because I have outgrown that. But what I will say, after being one of your strongest supporters, trying to convince people to see you in a different light and paying close attention to the little side attacks, I no longer believe you have what it takes to lead the city. I can say this with confidence because of your egotistical behavior. Your leadership would be a serious liability to this city. And I say that because how you speak, what you say to people, can't go. A mayor cannot behave in that manner. So I wish you good luck on your endeavor with your mayoral race. And to the candidates for at large, there is no need to attack or tear down anyone to get your point across. Just simply run your race and run it to the best of your ability.
Yep.
The outcome for you is better than tearing down and attacking. You can hold somebody accountable without trying to tear them down. Good night. You all have a great evening, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Leah Mora.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Leah, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my mother, Linda Mora. She is unable to attend, but her commitment to Paterson does not pause for a scheduling conflict. We're here tonight to address a glaring lack of accountability from this governing body. Recently, my mother officially presented an email and emailed every single one of you on March 17th, proposed a resolution and 2 drafted ordinances. These documents are actionable solutions designed to directly improve the quality of life and safety in our city. To briefly summarize what is sitting in your inboxes. First, the proposed resolution is the Street Sovereignty and Traffic Calming Pilot Program. This is at its core a critical child safety initiative. By developing modern traffic safety technologies at absolutely no cost to the city, it directly addresses the severe high-risk dangers of reckless driving and speeding through our school zones. It is a proactive, zero-cost measure designed to protect our kids and secure our neighborhoods from gross negligence and preventable tragedy before your inaction forces your hand. Second, the first ordinance is the Youth Wellness and Community Peace Act. This establishes year-round supportive safety hours for minors from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It is a non-punitive approach to keep our youth safe and maintain community peace. Finally, the second ordinance is the Public Safety and Anti-Concealment Ordinance. This implements necessary regulations on facial covering and motorized conveyances to actively deter criminal activity and protect our residents. My mother did the heavy lifting. She did the research, drafted the solution, and sent them directly to you. Yet, since submitting them, she has received not a single piece of feedback, not even a basic acknowledgement that the emails were received, aside from 2 verbal confirmations. Tremendous accountability is required to lead a city. Ignoring actionable, zero-cost solutions brought forward by an active resident who is doing the work is the opposite of leadership. We are here tonight to ask for it on the public record. Why are these proposals being ignored? My mother expects a formal response to the resolution and 2 ordinances by the end of this week. Paterson deserves leaders who engage with real solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And her sister is the next speaker, Victoria Mora.
Victoria Mora.
Good evening, council members, and good evening, neighbors. My name is Victoria, and I stand before you today because children like me should never have to live in fear or degrading conditions in our city, yet we watch it break. There are people getting away with crimes because they hide their faces in ski masks and cover their identities. When people hide their faces, they believe they can get away with anything. That makes our streets dangerous, and it makes children like me feel unsafe in our own neighborhoods. In the short time living here, there have already been 9 shootings by where we live, and I now have PTSD. No child should have to grow up counting shootings instead of memories, nor should we be getting hit with illegal fireworks. And it is not just the violence. We should not have to live in a city where families witness people urinating and defecating in public and even our yards, while paying high taxes to live here. That is degrading, that is unsafe, and that should never be accepted as normal anywhere. We have active state laws meant to protect communities, but when they are not enforced, lawlessness spreads. Some great officers shared with our family about the broken windows theory, that when small laws are ignored, bigger crimes follow. That is exactly what we are seeing now. Illegal dumping, dangerous driving, people hiding in masks, open disrespect for the law. These are warning signs of a city being allowed to fall apart. Council members, leadership carries responsibility, and when protection is delayed, priorities shift and enforcement is inconsistent. The result is that many families are left living in fear conditions that, to many of us, feel like the results of gross negligence in leadership. Why must families live under these extreme and frightening conditions while surrounding towns are able to maintain order and safety? Why are we being failed left and right? Councilman Uden, you were present when our home was cherry bombed. Councilman Jackson, you witnessed how sensitive information was disclosed by the police that placed us at risk. These are not stories. These are real dangers affecting real people. And many wonder how much more must happen before this crisis is treated with urgency it deserves. Must tragedy come even closer to leadership before real change takes place? Please stop talking. Please start passing laws that protect children, support officers, and restore order. Stop the delays and excuses because they are harming us. Accountability matters. Safety matters. Children matter. Please remember what Matthew chapter 12, verse 25 says, as well as Matthew chapter 3, verse 27 says, and Proverbs chapter 21, verse 15 says, a city cannot stand when lawlessness is ignored. A community cannot thrive without justice. Humanity cannot succeed without accountability. Fix the broken windows now before more children are hurt, before more lives are lost. Because we are not created to be statistics, but kingdom builders. We are children. We are families.
Victoria Moore, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Wow, very good.
Next up, we have Teddy Martinez.
How you doing? So I'm gonna try to do this as quick as possible because I was reminded by the council president that we only had 3 minutes.
Yes,
and I
3
feel like
minutes.
this item is more important than 3 minutes. We're talking about the safety of our children, as you just heard from 2 children. So I'm going to read from my prepared remarks to stay on focus because I don't want you guys to stop me on this important item of the safety of our children, which it seems like nobody really listened to what's there. As I was reminded that I had 3 minutes, as I said, this issue deserves more. Because it's about saving lives, right? But before I want to address something directly. I agree with Val Freeman when she said the things about Mike Jackson. Because Michael, I'm a papa, bro. You inviting people to fight at 50, at 60 years old? You want to be mayor? Bro, you should have invited me when I was 25 years old. That's when you should have invited me. But you smart. Yeah, okay. I know you wouldn't have, though. But when I'm not here for that, I'm looking here for this. Michael Jackson stated that people need to be held accountable. But sometimes accountability starts with ourselves, bro. And since my past keeps popping up, you keep propping up my past every time we speak. You want to talk about my past, but because I choose to rise above it, and in a city like Paterson, where most people in this audience or sitting council, they have family members or someone who have passed, you keep trying to weaponize my past against me, bro. And you want to be mayor? Come on, bro. So, because that doesn't define them, growth does. It doesn't define me, growth does, as you see. And get with the community, because I correct a lot of your mistakes. Because all of the lives that you do is fake. It's fake. I correct a lot of them, so get with the citizens. You go around and do the lives, that look good. But and also, I just want you to know that I do have a valid driver license, and I do know the password to my phone. All right? So across the city, as the young lady stated, businesses and families are seeing things, they're concerned about safety. These are concerned about the individual concealing their identities while committing crimes. That's why you all have a copy of the legislation. Councilman Mendez is going to speak to it later. I spoke to Mims, I spoke to Councilman Cotton, and I spoke to Mike Jackson. They all say they agree with it. So let's see this, this amendment, this ordinance get passed. If we don't pass it, I got to go back to what the Ice Cube say. Either you don't care, you don't know, or you don't show what's going on in the hood. And respectfully, that's how I feel. That's how a lot of people in the community feel. Not fully seen, not fully heard, and not fully prioritized. But that's why we're here today, to close that gap. And as Mike stated, it doesn't take much to get things done. So why we have to keep giving pushback on such important ordinance of face covering. So the ordinance is about balance. It's not about it's not about targeting anyone. All right. So
thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next speaker, Ms. Roberson.
I'm going to be providing a list of yellow school buses in the area. Jersey Kid Transportation, Joshua Tour, First Students, J&W Financial, York Trans, RMA Transportation, American Star Transportation, Scholastica Bus Company, Fox Transportation, J. Carpolino, Carpolino, Royal USA, Alden Transportation, American Star, We Care Trans. This is a list of many that I noted in one day on my commute to work as early as 7:15 in the morning. The phone number should be displayed along with the bus number, who's responsible for verifying the insurance information, why are so many children being bused to school, how is it being paid for, how are they being vetted, where's the information being kept, how often is it being checked, how would this transaction impact the 26-27 school year with the supposed redistricting, and will the amount of school buses on the road increase? That's that. Road and traffic, disregard for signage and going against traffic patterns to make it convenient while endangering pedestrian and other drivers. Vehicles seen coming from Cortlandt Street, left onto Barclay Street, which is a one-way going towards Main Street, will turn right on Chadwick, left onto Camden. In some cases, vehicle has been seen going straight up towards Marshall Street. The point of entry is Barclay Street. Cameras, are they working? Where are they? Manhole covers, Mill Street towards Market Street. Asphalt, separating the cover, which could mean that it wasn't layered with bricks. DPW, how much was used in overtime for cleanup? Also, to Velez's point in terms of taxi and taxi enforcement, I brought those issues up several months ago, naming and providing a list of all taxi. Why are we talking about it now? And to find out, and none of the stuff that are being brought before the council is never ever addressed to the community, but it's good that you brought it up. Where's the enforcement? We don't even have vehicle for enforcement, so how is enforcement going on with the taxi drivers? Where are their lots at? We need to get a list. Provide us with a list, because if they don't have garage kept provisions for their livery services, why are they allowed to be out there? That's it. And the overtime, and also I provided a list of dumping to the director of constituent council. We don't know if that's dumping. How do we know if it's really garbage? I also provided Ms. Mims with a picture of personnel picking up mattresses, putting it on their truck. I hope it's not, I can't name the name because we are visual on cameras. Some stuff needs to be off the camera so that we can be diligent in our reporting.
Thank you, Ms. Roberson. Next speaker, Mr. Oliveras.
Good evening, Paterson. Mr. Jackson, you know what the Bible says about the trees that bear fruits? They get stoned. There are an awful lot of people that are afraid of being kicked off the gravy train, and you can expect them to come over here and attack you. Regarding Ms. Freeman, Valerie Freeman, I, as a former Board of Education commissioner, absolutely oppose the closing of those schools. Absolutely. And I commend, shout out to Kenneth Simmons for suing the Board of Education. Excellent. And I told him last night I will be standing shoulder to shoulder with him because I think it's a detriment to the city to close those schools. The population of the city is increasing and we're closing schools. This is the answer. This city is in the hands of dummies. But people of Paterson, you know, we have candidates running for the 3 seats that are up, claiming that they can clean the city in a couple of weeks. Here we have a council of 9 members, 8 of which vote in unison. So they can pass any legislation they want, and still they have not been able to clean the city. Ms. Cotton has been in office for over 16 years. Davila has been in office for over 12 years. And they haven't been able to do a damn thing about the filth in the city. And they're claiming that now, if you give me 4 more years, this is what we need. People of Paterson, if you do not get these people out, it's you to blame. But I understand it's simple to explain why it is that the city is dirty and it's dangerous. And it has nothing to do with these buffoons that we have here. It has to do with the mayor. until we get rid of the buffoon on the second floor, Andrew Syed, we are not going to fix the city. So, people of Paterson, listen to me. If you want to fix the city, what we do is elect Councilman Jackson for mayor. This is the only chance that we have. Even if some of these people are replaced and Andrew Syed stays in office, nothing will get fixed. He's shown us already he can't do anything for the city. So, I'm going to say it again. When you look in the mirror, don't start looking for the culprit, because you're looking at the culprit if you vote for these people. They have shown us already that there's nothing that they can do. They don't have the capacity to clean our city or to make our city safer. Mr. Jackson, keep going. There are a lot of people behind you, including me.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Chanel Fields.
Good evening, Council. Homeless Reconnect Day. What's a homeless reconnect day when most ride right by the homeless every day, pretending that they are not there? What's a homeless reconnect day when you have a filthy mayor who is more concerned about eliminating the aesthetic appearance of an eyesore by fencing the homeless out of an encampment area in a day, rather than picking up the real eyesore of trash all around the city weekly? What's a homeless reconnect day when I begged for notifications of warming centers and QR codes to temporarily be placed around the city in preparation for and throughout winter, and my request was ignored over and over by the council to the point where someone froze to death the following week? You know, my biggest problem with the council is that it feels like many of the council members love celebrating failure. And we have to stop celebrating failure and write real legislation that will fix our city. Every time somebody dies in this community, we fail. So celebrating Homeless Reconnect Day is a joke when you should be connected to the homeless and showing them daily that you care already, because then you would never have to prepare yearly for what you are already actively doing daily. Next, I want to talk about what kind of inheritance will you leave the youth as I discuss the cost of a careless vote. Voting is not only your right, but it's also your moment to participate in change. It's a responsibility that we have for the voiceless. Please consider our children. To the Black and brown community, we cannot continue to treat voting as if it doesn't matter. Remember, the reality is that every time you walk into a voting booth, you are making a decision that will shape your streets, your schools, your safety, your taxes, your future for your children, your niece, your nephew, your auntie, your family's future. And here's the truth. Most people don't want to hear. If you vote wrong, you don't just make a mistake. You create serious consequences that can last for years and sometimes generations. Bad leadership never shows up overnight, but it shows up like cancer that quietly and sneakingly creeps in slowly. Schools lose funding. Streets become unsafe. Opportunities for jobs can disappear. Voices of the elders and the youth continue to go unheard while their needs remain unmet. And sadly, in the Black community, we rather bicker, backstab, and talk about each other rather than wake up. By the time our people wake up, the damage is already done. They come here and do ignorant stuff like what you saw tonight. And if you don't vote, you vote wrong. You don't get to complain about broken systems if you help put the wrong person in charge in the first place. You don't get to say nothing ever changes if you didn't do the work and understand who you were voting for. There is no time to sit out of this election. Tonight proves it. Silence is a vote. Ignorance is a vote. A careless choice is a vote.
Ms. Fields, your time is up.
Next speaker,
Do I get the
Madam
extra
Clerk.
minute? No? Okay. Good night. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Marie Lejeune. I apologize if I'm saying
Pastor Lagon.
Legon.
Good evening, Pastor Lagon.
Good evening. I was
was hesitant to bring my babies down here after watching the council, but you did good. So, my young people have something to say. Come on, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilor.
Okay, we're from Bethel AME Church, a historic church in the city of Paterson. We've been back there for 1 year, excuse my mask, we've been back there for 1 year, and we're trying to grow. These young ladies with another group tried out for the McDonald's Gospel Fest. Out of over 50 contestants, they won, and they are on their way May 9th to the McDonald's Gospel Fest, and they are here to solicit. Go. They are here to solicit your help in getting them there. Councilman Mendez, we live in your ward. Cash App, $ Bethel AME Paterson. If you got Zelle, 862-434-7438. Councilwoman Cotton, the church is in your ward. You got all the information. I want to thank the gentleman here for just giving us a donation and just hearing them talk. We look forward. We always talk about the young people in Paterson. They're doing something positive. Yes. And I would like for the council to support them, and whoever else in the audience would like to support them, please support us. May 9th, they're going to come back with the trophy.
So, Pastor Lagon.
This is Serenity. She goes to Tech. And this is Ex-Meyer. What school you go to?
School 20.
School 20. Thank you.
Pastor Lagon, could you tell exactly the amount that's needed for the girls to go? What is the, how much do they need in total?
Well, we have to rent an Uber, and we have calculated that in order to take them and feed them and get them back, we're trying to raise $2,000.
Okay.
There's 15 of us going.
Consider it done.
Thank you so
It's done.
much.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Next speaker, next speaker.
They're gonna leave.
Next speaker is Julio Melport. Julio Melport.
Are you Julio Malcourt?
It's my brother, but it's me.
So
my brother signed for me. It's okay.
No. Is your name Julio Malcourt? No.
No, his brother signed up for it.
Oh, okay. It's for, so what is your name? Could you put your name on the record? What's your name? What's your name?
Hi, my name is Guillermo Melgar.
Okay, so your name is on here as well. Okay, so your brother's not speaking. So Madam Clerk, number 10 is not speaking. We're moving on to, he's number 12. Louis Maldonado was first. Okay, so Louis is first and then you're next. Louis Maldonado.
How you doing? A lot of us came because we received a letter for a public hearing that was supposed to happen on the 4th, but we all got it on like the 23rd of March. And it's about 82 Mill Street. There's like a truck garage there. They're trying to get use variance to add a car sales part. Yeah. And yeah. We keep getting this stuff late. We've called many times, like whenever there's been violations, and they always get like some type of heads up. They're always parking their trucks on top of the sidewalk. We don't get no parking out there. We have Oasis down the street. They've gotten to the point where they've having to put cones up on the street to protect their parking, but then us who live here, we don't get no parking. Then they take all those disabled trucks, they park them on Jersey Street. We have no type of like, we've called the cops. I've had to call the cops at 2 in the morning to get an unregistered car that had no plates or nothing off the street so I can park after work. It makes no sense. We've got pictures of the violations. They're asking for permission for, first of all, I've done my own personal research, and according to the zoning law, they need to have any type of repair facility, they need 30,000 square feet. And that thing's barely 2,000 square feet. They work on cars outside of the place. Kids have to walk in the street in school. I'm just like rambling off of everything. I've got pictures of all these violations, and the guys that work there, they don't live in the area, they don't live in our city, and then they sit here they live far, and then they sit here and then they threaten us with violence. And when we respond with violence, if that happens, we're called to be the bad guys while we have videos of them pulling out guns on people with no type of weapon on them. And I have pictures on me just in case.
So I have two gentlemen, they're waiting right in the back, Mr. Javier Fernandez, who's Constituent Service in our Corporation Council. So if you go with them, they will take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay, they will handle it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're all together, right?
Yeah.
We're good. Okay,
Bunch of us.
so next speaker, are you on the list? I don't have you. Okay, so you're with them as well? Okay, so do you want to speak, or do you want to just go to? Sure. Yes. Well, you're not next, though, but if you, Elvis wouldn't mind, so if you'll come now, Angela Cepeda? Yep.
You want me to come first, or
Who's Guillermo? Okay, Guillermo's first, and then we'll let you go.
Okay.
Guillermo?
Yes, just to remember, we have too many years doing the same thing, the same complaint for the same truck. Mechanics, they doing the same thing, blocking the street. Sometimes they blocking the street because when they have to move out the trucks, they blocking all the street from the Oliver to all the way down to the light. So it's crazy, you know. And I think we have to find a solution already because, you know, we have too many years in the same thing. Plus, now they wanted to make a dealer just on the side, a dealer car. So they want to expand it. It's crazy. We don't have a parking for the neighborhood. And it's a lot of disorder over there. So, you know, please, we're asking to you for help to us, to the neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cepeda?
Hi, I live on Ward Street and I own a home on Mill Street. And my tenants have no parking because they save parking early in the morning for their trucks. So the residents that live in that area, it's horrible. It's so congested. They double park. Even when we do go up to, you know, the owner and say, please, can you move the trucks? They get mad at us. So as you know, we're all neighbors and we just want that area to be safe.
Yes.
Kids play there. Oasis, like I said, Oasis gets there early in the morning. They have to save parking because when the trucks come in, they take up all our parking.
No problem. They're going to take care of all of you if you'll go all
And this is
with
the
that
same,
group.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
It's the same
Councilman
business that got
Jackson.
into a fight
No,
with
Councilman
the
Jackson.
machetes.
I know. One second.
And they
To
shouldn't
our-
even be able to do business in the city of Paterson.
To all of you, if you will go to, the Director of Constituent Services is there. He will take the information, they will deal with it, and they will come visit. So he's right where you, Javier. I saw him back there. Mr. Fernandez, if you'll go with him, he'll be able to take the information, get
Please
copies
keep
of the
me
pictures,
informed when he does
and he'll
nothing
do
about
that.
it. I'll come over.
He'll come tomorrow.
I will
He
just
always
say also
does.
that on the 4th or whenever, last year, you guys told him he had to wait. They went and built whatever they
No,
said. here
he'll
anyway.
address
Just
it
letting y'all
all.
know.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Elvis Durham. Elvis Durham. Next speaker, thank you.
Elvis Durham, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. Just want to say this to everybody in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. To the ones that got a problem with me saying Paterson #1, the power of Paterson, the city of gold. If you got a problem with me saying that and you don't believe this is a great city, move out of my city. Now, let me go to the announcements. Wow. City Council at large, mayor election is May 12th. I want to encourage everyone to go out there and vote. Our ancestors fought hard for us to vote. My two candidates is Lisa Mims, 13B, Marissa Daria, 15B. Okay? On Saturday, April 18, at 4:00 p.m., Elvis Durham Outreach Music Production is having a Spring Fest Gospel Smackdown at Bedford AME Church, 2-4 Auburn Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Marie Lagon is the pastor of that great historic church. It's going to be featuring White Wolf, Dennis Watley, and many more. Also, Council President Lisa Mims will be in the building. Dunkin' Donuts is coming to the 4th Ward on the corner of Broadway and Rosa Parks Boulevard. Get ready, y'all. Also, a black-owned restaurant, a Sea to the Soul restaurant, is coming to the 4th Ward on 356 10th Avenue in Paterson. I just want to encourage everyone to go and check out my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News, Facebook, Elvis Good News, DURHAM. God bless you and peace.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Next speaker, Mr. Abed Tabat. I'm sorry if I mispronounced, but Mr. Abed.
Abed Tabata, Council at Large candidate.
Is your mic on?
There we go. So let's start again. To be or not to be? I think to be is the right choice. May 12th, Council at Large candidate Abed Tabata. Let's just give a shout out to my daily podcast, Paterson First Daily Drive. You guys should tune in. It's the hottest show in Paterson. Driving to work every morning, and I get to speak to the Paterson family. Because what we need to do is create a family atmosphere in the city for the city to move forward. If we don't create a family atmosphere and everybody's fighting with each other and this neighbor doesn't talk to this neighbor, you know what? With my family, I talk to and I could relate to them. But whenever it comes to, if it's just an acquaintance, I could care less what happens with them. So let's create that family atmosphere, people in Paterson. Let's try to make a difference. Listen, this election is either gonna make or break the city. It's very important, this election, because we're in a state. I mean, if everybody looked at the agenda today, they're gonna be voting on more temporary appropriations. It's already May, it's already April, and 30 days from now we're gonna have an election. We don't have a budget. How are they gonna do the tax bills? Are they gonna take the tax levy divided by the total number of properties in the city? And the people that got reevaluated at $300,000 more, they're going to be at the same percentage as the person that didn't get reevaluated? Because it's going to be very difficult for that. I mean, if we can't put together a budget within 4 months into the year, we're not going to calculate who's going to get a lower tax rate than the next guy. And then it's going to be basically lawsuits because disenfranchising the residents. We're charging residents more for a property that got reevaluated while the other properties didn't get reevaluated. And then you still got your 30-year tax abatements, people. There's a property on the tax abatement. They started in 2019 for 30 years. That property was built and occupied in 2011. So that was 2 years before the Garden State Growth Zone was even passed. But hey, to be or not to be. To be should be the only option on that ballot, people. Make sure that's your first option. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk, is Mr. Joel Keys. Next and final speaker, Mr. Joel Keys.
Testing. Joe Keys, Paterson. The May 12th election is not about choosing a mayor. It is about choosing what kind of leadership we believe in. It is about understanding the difference between corporate Democrats and elected activists. Corporate Democrats are comfortable with the system as it is. They manage it, protect it, and too often benefit from it. They speak the language of progress but operate within the boundaries of power. They seek consensus even when that consensus comes at the expense of truth. But an elected activist is different. An elected activist does not enter office to protect the system. they enter to challenge it. They don't measure success by how well they get along with power, but by how consistently they hold it accountable. They do not stay silent when something is wrong. They speak, even when that speech comes with a cost. That is who Councilman Jackson is. At council meetings, we have all seen the pattern. When Councilman Jackson raises concerns, asks hard questions, or challenges decisions, the response is not honest debate. Instead, it is distortion. His words are taken out of context. His arguments are reshaped into something easier to dismiss. His character is questioned rather than his points being addressed. That is not leadership, that is avoidance. There's a principle in Exodus 23:2. Do not follow the crowd in doing wrong. Yet, what we often see is a majority moving together, not toward truth, but towards comfort and self-preservation. Councilman Jackson stands apart from that. He stands in the tradition of those who refuse to go along just to get along. Like Micaiah in 1 Kings 22, he is willing to stand alone and speak truth even when surrounded by opposition. As the warning in Amos 5:10 suggests, we see how often the one who tells the truth becomes the one most resisted. But let's be clear, standing alone is not weakness, it is courage. In Isaiah 1:23, we are warned about leaders who abandon integrity for self-interest. That warning reminds us that corruption is not always loud. It is often systematic, normalized, and defended. Paterson does not need another manager of the status quo. We need a leader who will challenge it. We need an elected activist who will fight for transparency, demand accountability, and refuse to be silenced. So the choice is clear. Do we want comfort or do we want courage? Do we want performance or do we want principle? I choose principle. I choose accountability. I choose an elected activist. I choose Councilman Jackson for mayor, Casey Melvin, Eddie Olivares.
Mr. Keys, your time is up.
Your time is up. Madam, there's no more speakers. Can I get a motion to close the public portion? So moved. Can I get a second to close public portion? Moved by Council President Mims, second by Councilman Cotton. Roll call to close the public portion.
Councilmember Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out this evening to speak on items on the agenda and different items that we had here. I heard from the two young ladies, which were excellent, Linda Moore and daughters, speaking about the violence that's happening in our community. I know that we will be probably looking into this. I know we will be. I just want to also say that for those that there's so many different issues that's happening in different departments that I find that do different activities or different things. Our zoning board, our zoning department, our community improvement department. I just want to mention too that there was an item on the agenda that no one really talked about, and I know that she does excellent work with our seniors, and that's Mr. G's kids, and I just want to say that she does do an excellent job with our seniors with providing services for things that they need that nobody never really mentioned about what she does, but Regina Bracy, she does an excellent job with Mr. G's with providing the service. I just also want to say too that it's important that we do help out when we can and do what we can. I always encourage us to support our children. Even when my children have finished playing sports, I still visit schools. I still went to, back in the day, Paterson Catholic, East High School, Kennedy High School. You know, we need to support our community. We need to support our children at all times. As I always said, my daughter's a head coach for John F. Kennedy softball team, first female, first black in the history since 1965. Those are things, you know, there's a lot of things that are happening in Paterson. You know, we got a young lady, Shadeja Green, get ready to fight April 17th at Madison Square Garden. Those are good things that's coming out of our community. You know, I mentioned my grandson ran track for Trans-City Track Club.
I apologize, Councilwoman.
All right, I'm finished, but I just want to say, let's, we can support and do what we can to help each other, so let's continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me forewarn you, I would appreciate the commentary, but it won't stop my addressing the public. One, let me take a moment to point out a few things. First of all, understand this. Val Freeman is not a friend. She's family, and still will be that way. But let me explain something to the public when it comes to people who stand forward to represent the public's interest. The public's interest is the priority, not family, not friendships. The public's interest is the priority. And what's very disappointing about my sister Freeman is that she's not allowing me to hold her to the same standard that she holds me to. There was a time when there was a vote for Councilwoman Cotton to become mayor. I still have the recording sitting on my desktop, not because it was a level of accountability, it's because the length of the threats, how people made personal threats towards my business because of my choice, of which later everyone came back to apologize to me because I stand on truth, I stand on fact, and I stand on integrity. It's not about a relationship. I don't care if my brother is in the seat next to me. I don't care if my son is in the seat next to me. If they're making a vote that's detrimental to the public, I'm going to hold them accountable. Now, let's be clear, just to the public, because I never once disrespected Ms. Freeman. I never once talked out of character. I questioned her vote. She did not like that, and her response was, don't address me. Don't ask about my vote. And I'm going to say this, when you're a public figure, whether you're elected or appointed, the public has the right to question your vote, especially when it's questionable and when it's detrimental to the public. My children graduated from Norman S. Ware, and when I'm telling you that I can never repay the services that they receive, my son on down, all National Honor Society.
I apologize, Councilman Jackson.
Very good. That's nice to hear, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it, but I'm not done. My daughter.
Each council member only has 2 minutes.
No, that's not correct.
For your voting, those are your council rules.
Madam Clerk, I appreciate you informing me, but I'm not finished. Thank you.
I defer to the chair then.
Yeah. So to the parliament. To the parliamentarian.
So again, I have the floor.
One second, Councilman Jackson. You have requested many times for the parliamentarian to rule. She is the parliamentarian. You've requested that. We have a clerk that you voted yes for who is giving you the standards based on our ordinance and Robert Rules of Orders. During time of voting, each council member has 2 minutes. She said the same thing to Councilwoman Cotton. She abided to the rule, and she voted. The Madam Clerk, as you've stated yourself, is the parliamentarian. She's giving you what the law is written as far as our ordinance is concerned, and as well as Robert Rules of Order. She has stated to you what the order is. You have always requested the parliamentarian to rule, and she has done just
I'll take that as an advisement. But right now, my address to the public is more important. So,
I need your vote, Councilman Jackson.
it will come, Madam Clerk. It will come. Patience, please. So, again, never once did I disrespect Miss Sister Freeman. I didn't call her out of her name. I challenged her on her vote. Norman S. Ware being the 70%.
Council President, I'll pose a question, please.
Yes. Your question is posed, and the parliamentarian has previously requested. Your question is posed. If there is no vote, we will move to the next council person for their vote.
Very good. I'll speak at my next time.
Councilman Mendez.
No, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. First of all, let me just say thank you to all the residents of the city of Paterson for just getting in front of this chamber to address the resident of the city of Paterson. And with my 2 minutes, I will address some of the concern from the residents. And I would like to speak, the first speaker that spoke about the condition of the apartments that we have in the city of Paterson. And I say this again, and I'm going to say this again. There's no one department here that really addressed the concern of the situation. We had to go back and sit at the table after the election and go over. We have so many families, senior people that live in a deplorable condition, apartment with mold, leaking water, ceiling about to collapse. And I've been calling, and there's no solution for that. We got to go back into the table and find a solution, whether we need more inspectors in those departments and allocate a specific team of people to address the situation, because we have a lot of landlords here that they don't take care of those buildings. We have family living in those deplorable conditions. I've been in those apartments, I've been in those buildings, I'm making those phone calls, and I've been going through that. I know the closing of the school has been a huge concern also as well. I want to say thank you to Alex Mendez Jr. for fighting against that alongside with Kenneth Simmons. Closing the 4 performing school, it's not an option. My 3 kids attend Norman as well. You know, my son who's graduated from his university, school board member now. My daughter is in Washington, about to be a doctor. We have great students in our city, but closing those 4 high-performance schools is not a choice. We play with people's future, and we got to go back to the table. And I really hope that we go back to the table and reconsider that, because we have a lot of families suffering because of that right now. Whoever make that decision, you don't know our city, you don't know our community. I know Teddy Martinez came in front of the council to speak about some sort of legislation about the face mask, and so I really like the idea. I mean, people don't allow that in other municipalities. You see people in the nice weather with their face totally covered around while driving around the city of Paterson. I haven't had a conversation with him. He left, but I would love to entertain it and hear from him, because that's a safety concern for me, particularly for me. You know, we definitely have to pray for our city. There's a lot of changes that need to be happening in our community. And in closing, I'm so excited to see our children getting in front of the mic to speak about, thank you, in closing, speaking about enforcement. Kids, keep coming. I'll come back. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Good evening, Paterson. Thank you to all these speakers for sharing your concern. And as I always mention, that regardless your comments go in our favor or not, thankful for coming here and making your voice heard. So many things are addressed, and one thing I particularly want to mention, that 2 of the young ladies spoke here, the daughter of Linda Mora, and she mentioned that I was in presence and a situation. So let me give you the context when I have experienced and witnessed something that was very uncomfortable. So my team and I do night patrol, and on that particular night we were patrolling in the 4th ward of the city, and we were in the neighborhood of Linda Mora, and absolutely there is a block party was taking place. I called Paterson Police Department right away. They showed up, I would say, pretty quicker. I was in less than 20 minutes. However, there was a sound of shooting. I'm not sure if that was actual or not, but again, this is what's happening. One thing I always mention, that yes, we do have a low number of police officers in our department. However, this council body introduced a new police contract where we can attract more police officers. And I want to emphasize on the matter that we need to address those issues where our residents, our children feel safe to walk on the street. Thank you everyone for sharing. Someone spoke about the dumping situation. I spoke to Mr. B.A. about this trash collection, about bulky trash, and we all agreed to make it progress, and let's see if we can bring back our old trash collection policy back, or we can have a particular day to collect trash from every single street.
Councilman Udine, I need your vote.
What is so quick? 2 minutes? Can I take 30 more seconds?
You took more than 2 minutes.
I respect that, but let me just finish that particular portion. And also, again, dumping situation that last few incidents we had.
Councilman, your vote.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Your vote.
2 minutes.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to the public, Councilman, please, to the public that came here, expressed themselves about the taxi enforcement, I just want to give you a little bit of some notes here. I was the councilman that amended the taxi ordinance to include that every taxi inspector had the right to Title 39. So that's why you see them going after pirates taxis and giving those heavy fines, and they are bringing revenues to the city. Of course, they are walking because they don't have a vehicle, but they are walking to enforce the taxi ordinance. And thank you, BA, for clarifying the work. There's some people that spoke about who's better, who's good, or who's bad or better in this next election. One thing I got to say to the resident of Paterson, let's pray for this next coming election. Because if a lot of people, they come here to this podium and they come here and speak and they want to reinvent the wheel and they just want to say things because it's election time, pray for this election, because if you pray hard and the right way, we're going to put the right person back in office. They are a simple thing. Mr. Price, through the chair, Mr. Price just texted me that his street, I believe is East 29, between 9 and 10, people are moving their cars for street cleaning, but the street cleaning is not going through to check what's going on in that area. Last but not least, the Mill, 82 Mill Street, Mr. BA and Madam Clerk, is a continuous problem there. I've been addressing it for the past 2 years. They removed the no parking zone sign. No parking sign on the right side. The state prohibit to park on the right side of that street. So I requesting to put back the signs and paint it yellow, and also the zoning enforcement is going to be addressed also with police. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Your vote?
Oh, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President Mims.
So I will be very brief.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Sorry, you weren't here when I went through, but
Oh, okay.
to close the public hearing, Council Vice President Davila.
So we're closing the public portion, and I won't repeat what all of my colleagues here, because I think they've expressed and addressed most of the constituents, and everyone is important. But I do have to say, you know, Councilman Jackson, your aide has an obsession with me. Everywhere he goes, he mentions my name. He should really take his own what he told you today about the low-hanging fruit, and, you know, continuously he has to come and attack, and it's everywhere I go. So I want to thank you for elevating me, Mr. Eddie Olivares. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And secondly, I'd like to also address Mr. Durham. Thank you so much. We've been working for many years together. I know he is not here, but I want to thank him because, you know, he is someone that comes weekly to our meetings, now twice a month. He works in the community, he's in the community, he goes to church here in the community, and he truly understands how important it is to continue the work that us, the council, that are running for re-election are doing. So I want to thank you for that, and to everyone else that has poured support towards me, truly thank you for that vote of confidence. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll make sure to be sitting, okay, for future when called. Thank you very much. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Council President Mims.
Yes, so I just want to say to the public that is viewing and the public that is here, thank you for taking your time out to come. There's always so many concerns. I'm so grateful we have constituent services here, and I can speak on behalf of constituent services. He goes the very next day. I've spoken to him on the phone in relation to, but I just want to put the code on record in case anyone questions the 2-minute rule. It is in Paterson Code Section M as in Mary, Rule 14, subsection 6. So if any council member would like to read it. Also, I want to address, because I normally don't respond to these things, but on tonight, I see that Mr. Teddy Martinez has went on Facebook and said, Councilwoman Mims, we see where you are. I'm not sure what that means. Tonight, you came, you spoke. about an item that you would like, it has to go through various committees. I didn't speak at all, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't know if it's because you wanted an extension of time and did not follow the process. There is a process in Paterson City Council decorum, and it is that you call ahead of time for additional time. You are not the only other person. I thank Madam Clerk for presenting parliamentary procedures and rules to make sure everyone is following. Madam Clerk, within my 2 minutes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have now closed the public portion.
Council President, Council President,
No, you can't. No.
Council President.
What? Good
Council
evening.
President.
Council President, are we have items that we did not go over. Are we going to recess the workshop agenda, or
Yes.
was everything?
I was getting ready to do that, Madam.
Council President.
We're going to come back to the?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Council
So,
President.
Councilman Udine, is it pertaining to moving into, we have a special? meeting, we
Council
still
President,
have-
just before we move forward, I would like to request that I need the, whatever you did, 2 minutes for closing the public portion timer? The 2 minutes?
It is, the 2 minutes is a Robert Rules of Orders. It is per parliamentary decorum, and it's also part of our law book.
I'm just
There is-
requesting the timer should be there, so I would know that my time is ending, so I would paste my wording in correct
That's
manner.
duly noted. Thank you
'Cause-
so much. Madam Clerk, he doesn't trust your watch. Please put it.
No, don't, the wording is totally wrong, Council President. I
Councilman
never
Udine.
said I don't trust her. I trust her 100%.
Councilman-
Pacing of my wording should be
Councilman-
according to the timer, Council President.
Point of order. Madam Clerk.
No, council members, out of respect, everybody was given more than the 2 minutes that are in your council rules.
Yes.
If it is your choice, I can put the timer
Yes.
for the
Please
public
put the
as well.
timer of 2 minutes and set it at that time.
Council
Madam
President,
Clerk,
Council
on
President.
behalf of the Paterson Municipal
Council
Council.
President,
Councilman Mendez.
Council President, Council Member, what is fair is fair. Let's start our special meeting
That's what we're doing.
on the right,
Yes.
with the right foot. Having the 2 minutes on the clock, it will help you to manage your
Yes,
time.
yes.
It's all about that. It's not that Councilman D don't trust our clerk. It's just he would like to use the 2 minutes in a better way, in a more effective way. Let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
so the issue here, Council President, is that there's a public portion so that the public can have an opportunity to come here and hear their concerns be addressed. You know, there is a such thing as customs of the council, which this clerk would have no idea about. So there's parliamentary procedures and there's a matter of our code, but there's also customs and practices of the council, which is many of it is being altered, and I understand the reason why. But Mr. McDowell's concerns wasn't addressed, and then not allowing commentary for public's concerns is yet again muting the public's issues. So to the public, take note on how your concerns are not of interests of certain council members, and how certain council members have continuously chosen to take stances of opposition when it comes to addressing the failures to the public's concerns. If everything was so peachy and all nice of which you guys are describing it, then no one would come to the podium to complain. But the sad thing is, people have refrained from coming to the podium because they understand that their concerns are going on deaf ears. So yet again, here's another opportunity to hear the public's concerns, be able to address those things, and yet it's being muffled and muted as usual. So I just wanted to make that point. And all right, we can move forward to close.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the special meeting of April 7, 2026 at 8 p.m., which is starting at 9:05 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the special meeting. Councilmember Cotton is absent temporarily. Council Vice President Davila.
Present.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Kalik is absent. Councilmember Mendez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Omar is absent. Councilmember Udine.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Council President Means.
I'm present, Madam Clerk. Can you please read the 48-hour notice?
Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, The Passaic County Pulse, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, The Paterson Press, The City Post News, Tap into Paterson, The Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices at or about 11 a.m. on April 1st, 2026. Such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the clerk here at City Hall.
Thank you. At the time of 7:15, when the list was pulled, not sure why it was reallocated, there were no speakers for the public portion pertaining to these items. Madam Clerk, at this time.
See no one, move to close the.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Council President, so the list is pulled before the meeting was even called into order?
No, it was on there.
So what time was the list pulled? You're saying, she says at the time the list was pulled. What time was the list pulled?
So the list, first of all, the list has been out on the dais since 6:15. It's always out at 6:15.
I didn't ask what time was it out
The
from.
list was not pulled until about 8:30.
8:30. It's almost 9:30. So the list was pulled for a public hearing of this meeting an hour, almost an hour
But Councilman Jackson,
before
if there are
the
any,
meeting was called
if
to
any
order?
speaker wants to address any item on this agenda, we are more than welcome to allow someone to speak if they want to do that.
But that's not how a public meeting works.
Well,
That's
Councilman
not how a public meeting works.
Okay, well, Councilman
This is a public
Jackson,
meeting. This
as
is a special
stated-
meeting.
As
Council President,
stated, no one has signed up for this,
so
and I
now
asked
we
for a
have a
motion on the floor.
parliamentarian. Now we have a parliamentarian. You
Madam
don't
Clerk,
just truncate a person's
Point of order,
time
Madam Clerk, since you're the
for-
parliamentarian.
You
Madam Clerk?
don't just truncate a person's time to what's on this agenda.
Madam Clerk.
If we called a special meeting and you place items on the agenda, this is not a public hearing for a specific
Council members,
item.
we actually do have one person that did sign up for the special meeting. The list was pulled at 8:45.
So he just signed up. Okay.
We
No,
have one person.
One person.
For
So,
items in the agenda.
right. So for the person that will speak, you can only speak to the item on the agenda in the 3-minute.
how it works.
That is
No,
how.
I'm sorry.
That's not how it works.
Public portion, you can speak on any item.
1 second, Councilman Jackson.
No, it's not 1 second.
It is point
You're
of order.
You're
Point
attempting
of order.
to circumvent.
Point of
a
order,
public
Councilman
meeting.
Jackson.
If this meeting was publicized, it's open to the public. You cannot.
Councilman
truncate it.
Jackson.
No, Council President.
Councilman
because
Jackson.
First of all,
Councilman
the items
Jackson.
that's on here is a rules to begin with. You guys have strategically, instead of allowing for
Councilman
these
Jackson,
items
that
to be
is
placed
your-
on next week's agenda, you strategically place these items for road
Councilman
surfacing
Jackson.
The
and
one
then now
person-
you're making an attempt to
Councilman
truncate the
Jackson,
public's opinion,
Municipal Clerk,
commentary
point of order.
specifically
Madam
to
Clerk.
items.
Council
That's not
members,
how this works.
the one person that is listed to speak can speak on any matter that he or she chooses to for 3 minutes.
I'm well aware.
So,
Madam-
Mr.
Madam
Abed,
Clerk, I'm well aware. What I'm trying to do here is educate the council president in this
You
matter.
don't have to educate me when you vote.
Obviously I do. Obviously I do.
When you're a no action
Obviously I do.
Jackson.
Obviously I do,
Madam
because
Clerk.
you
Can
yet
we
again
start with
had it
the
wrong.
Can we start with the public? Mr. Abed.
Abed, Tabitha, you
Yes.
have 3 minutes.
To be or not to be? That is the question. So if we're going to go by our city code, right? So rule number 12 under K, it says the order of the council proceedings is prayer, pledge of allegiance, roll call, hearing of the citizens. So public portion is actually number 4 on the list. Why are you waiting till 9 o'clock? You know why? Why they put it at number 4 is so the residents could actually address items on the agenda before the council gets to decide, do we put it on regular, or do we put it on consent? In common practice of the council, I believe it was 2016. I don't know if Council VP Davila was the president at the time, but it was a person comes up and speaks, and then it goes back and forth because it's on YouTube. No, understood. But I'm just saying that the council will actually respond to the constituent, the family member, as I like to refer to them as, and they would address their concern right there, so they're not waiting, because today is only 16 speakers. I'm sure next week is going to be like 35. You got 16 people running for council plus 4 mayors. So. But I did have a question about the actual special meeting agenda. Is it possible, whenever you publish this, to actually write the dollar amount of what that bid was? So people could actually see where the money in the city is actually going? Because we're just, all right, I understand road resurfacing happens, but it's not good to take credit and say that because of you it happened. I'm sorry, it's it's a council of 9 people that actually vote on these items. Whether you could be absent that day, and they voted, and that road resurfacing project got approved. But, I mean, at least the people, I hope the people that are watching are actually paying attention, because, I mean, everybody else got their heads dug into their phones. But thank you, Council VP, for paying attention. In the SID district, Bunker Hill. I mean, if you drive down, I believe it's Railroad Avenue, right next to New Jersey Transit Railroad, right? I work for New Jersey Transit. It's a sight for sore eyes. They got the Jersey Mafia blocks and then just signs sticking out. It doesn't look good. These businesses are actually paying for a service. Where is it the board that's not doing that? It's not even. It's not good, or it's not good for whoever drives down the Bunker Hill district to see that. Another thing is more police. That's it. We just need more police. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no more speakers. Motion to close. Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Mims. Roll call to close the public portion of special meeting.
Council Vice President Davila?
Yes, to close.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Abed, you're absolutely correct. When I was initially elected, the public's concerns were always addressed. Things would stop. They would make the BA address them. What you're witnessing now is a blatant attempt to silence the public's concerns, to paint the picture of all of these grandiose things that's taking place, which, by the way, all you got to do is ride around the city and you'll see the condition of the city. Members of the community, please take note. There is absolutely no way that we can continue what we continue with what we have and expecting something different. If you think it's bad now, it's only going to become worse. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilmember Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I truly believe that, I mean, you know, we here, we're elected by the people, and well, I take a lot of respect for people that are taking time out of the time to just come here, wait until 9 o'clock to speak on the public portion. And it's our responsibility to just answer some of those questions. And that's gonna leave that's gonna be a problem. That 2-minute rule, so it's gonna be a problem. I mean, we collectively need to have a conversation and extend that time, whether through a legislation to at least 5 minutes per council members to address the public. It's very sad when people come in front of the podium asking questions, and we as an elected official, they elect us. They are the reason why we're here. So, and they're expecting some answer. The mayor never came to one of those meetings. He doesn't sit there, and actually, 99% of those questions are for the mayor, for the administration, because it's all about enforcement. It's all about, so it's not about legislation that we're putting in place. So I'm recommending us to come together and extend the time legally to allow the clerk to be in line and allow us to answer some of those questions that our resident asking us. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have full trust on your clerk as well. So here's the fact that I want to mention, that The public comes here for luxurious 3 minutes to speak. And for example, today only, I would say about 10 people spoke, but we are not able to address everyone's concern in 2 minutes. I respectfully request to reconsider this timing because people came here, those who came today or come here regular meetings, just to share their concern and hear back from us as their elected officials. If we cannot address their concern, what's the point? Is it discouraging them not to come into the council meeting? This is another thing that we have to bring to the consideration. And again, Council President, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion. However, this 2 minutes time is not enough to address the public. And especially today is a very short number, minimum, less number of people came to the public portion. Other days, sometimes we see more than 20 people speaks. How can you address 20, 30 people in less than 2 minutes? So even though it's a parliamentarian rule, but again, anything can be adjusted if needed based on the demand of the population, demand of the speakers in this chamber. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
So just make it quick here, Madam Clerk. Just simple and easy. Listen, we had 16 individuals that came to speak on the public portion, 16 individuals that came and raised their concern and used their free speech and used the Public Portion Act and Public Meeting Act. And that's important, the public portion. But I could say that of the 16 individuals that came, only like 3 or 4 came with concern that matters this council. The remaining came to slander, political attacks, and personal attacks. Do I have to entertain that? No. That's why I make a list of the concern of the community and I address it accordingly. And if I got the chance to go back to the list and ask it for the name and address, I even go to their houses or call them to see if the issue has a merit to take it care of right away. Like the problem at 82 Mill Street, I got on the phone and work from here. I don't wait till tomorrow. You want to address the concern, the real concern, because let me tell you something, free speech is good, but look at this meeting when they come here, slandering, political agenda, attacking, personal agendas. I'm not here for that. You want to come here, bring concept, and how you want to see the city, I will entertain that. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
And Council President Means.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, you're on point because there were 16 speakers, and every meeting I take the list and I go through the list to identify what were concerns that were taken up by our constituent service and follow up to make sure they're being addressed. But one thing I want to request, Mr. BA, after all of those things are followed up on, we talked about it in the past, can we just have all the questions that the public had to be placed here on the podium, as well as Madam Clerk, that they're on our city's website. Any of the public portion concerns that are concerns that need to be addressed, that we can say they were responded to or answered by whatever department, so the public can know that we're taking their requests very seriously. With that being stated, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Public portion is now closed.
Madam Clerk, on the special meeting items, let's move to special meeting item number 1.
Item 1, resolution honoring Bishop Dr. Luis Paniagua for his service and contributions to community and public safety. This is sponsored by Councilman Velez and co-sponsored by Council President Means and Councilwoman Vice President Davila.
Second. Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Mims and Davila. Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Council Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Mendez? Yes, Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So before I vote, I just want to congratulate Bishop Dr. Luis Paniagua, born in the Dominican Republic. When I sent this resolution to draft, that same week he received a Medal of the Peace from the ONU of here in New York City, Manhattan, and that was a big accomplishment for him. Congratulations, keep on doing the work as a chaplain, as a bishop, and preaching the word like always. This is something that I'm proud to sponsor, because as Councilwoman always Min says, give the flowers when they could smell them. Thank you, colleagues, for accepting this, and on behalf of the council, I will be giving to them on the next regular meeting and the presentation. He will come and pick it up. Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
And Council President Means.
Thank you. My vote is yes. Great job, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, there's a public hearing on the introduction of the Bunker Hill.
You need to read the vote.
Sorry, I was numbering them. But with 7 yes, this item passes.
Thank you. Okay.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
We have a public hearing on the introduction of Bunker Hill Industrial Park Special Improvement District for their 2026 budget.
Move it.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Mendez for the public hearing.
Yeah, this is to open the public hearing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second.
No.
Oh, you're here for the Bunker Hill? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Chanel Fields, my apology, I didn't see you.
With regards to Bunker Hill, my question basically is to find out how soon are they going to pave that area. When you come through there, there's nonstop potholes to the point where you could pretty much fall in it. It seems like to me the only time we get the paving done is during election time. We have suffered greatly for the last, I would say, 4 years with potholes through the city. And now all of a sudden, because it's election time, this street is getting done, that street is getting done. But in the meanwhile, who reimburses the residents? People have had their axles cracked on their car and had to get a new car. Once your axle cracked, that's it. You know, and not only did the axle crack, it busted the compression and the radiators in some of the cars. But this city, there really needs to be a class action suit for the level of tires that we've had to go through because of these potholes. We have this derelict mayor that really does not care about anything other than parks. That's all he cares about, and we suffer greatly. Not only that, it's the tremendous taxing to the car under the chassis part of the car. Everything suffers tremendously as far as the maintenance of the car. It's one thing for gas prices to rise. It's one thing to do regular oil changes and things like that. But when we suffer the burden of potholes, and I don't think you guys realize how serious it is, because when we're coming down through that section, we literally have to veer on opposite sides that we're supposed to be driving on just to escape certain potholes. And that's the difference of causing an actual car accident. And I don't know how important that is to you. It shouldn't take an election time to put pressure on the mayor to say, hey, now it's time to fix the potholes. It's been time to fix the potholes. To see it, I mean, I don't know what message the residents need to see to show that the mayor does not care about Paterson. He really does not. Any mayor that's comfortable with you riding down the street with monster-sized potholes that children could physically fall in, something's wrong. And that's all I have to say about that.
See, no move to close.
Second. Move.
Second.
I believe.
Sorry, you have to hurry up.
We have another speaker for Bunker Hill.
Are you going to speak on Bunker Hill?
Of course I'm going to speak about Bunker Hill. Hello, how are you? To be or not to be? Got to take that. It's pretty fun. But yeah, I'm here to speak about Bunker Hill. That's why I got up. The street that I was referring to was Waite Street.
Yep.
Where there's just Jersey barriers, I don't know, stacked up. And it's a sight for sore eyes. Businesses are paying for basically extra cleanliness. They get to choose whatever they want. That's why they have the whole board for the CID. I know I would say, prior to Councilman Mendez's tenure as the president, they used to always have a hearing about their budget. And the president used to come up here, and you guys used to actually question him. You know, you grilled him on where's the money going. But did that happen? I didn't hear anything, unless I missed it. Maybe I was worrying about Shakespeare and stuff. I don't know. But guys, remember, 2B, that's the only option. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. Move to close by Councilwoman Dabbler, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call to close the public portion.
Roll call to close.
The public hearing for Bunker Hill.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to be really quick, but we did discuss something in our DPW committee meeting about Bunker Hill Wade Street, so I'll have to really look it up because we did talk about something. We got some state funding from the state of New Jersey for Wake Street in that area. I will find the information because I know we did get some funding for that. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council Vice President Davila?
So before I vote, and I just, it's my understanding that this is an extra monies that is collected. I mean, and we only collect it. So there is a board, and we really don't have no say. If they want to go ahead and, you know, beautify the area and put, you know, plants and all that, that's on them, right? We just pretty much, right, Mr. CFO, collect the monies for them. Is that correct? Okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public hearing on this item.
Councilmember Jackson? Yes. Councilmember Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I will go over with them before my vote, and at the end, I need an answer from our corporate, Mr. CFO. The downtown improvement district total budget is $150,000 to $150, right? So out of that, so we have for security service $40,000, maintenance $88,000, landscaping $12,000. Executive administrative salary is $0, so we're not. So there's nobody getting paid for this improvement district. So I need an answer. So I want to make sure that we don't have a mistake here. Marketing $1,000, maintenance supplies $1,000, professional service $3,050, office administration $250, insurance $3,500, postage $750, and miscellaneous $700. That's a total of $150,000 to $150,000. So there's nobody getting paid to administer to run this improvement district. So with that, before my at the end of the roll call, Mr. CFO, just correct me if there's no mistake on this budget. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes to close the public portion.
Councilman Velez?
We're going to close the public portion. We go have a discussion later on. Well, with this resolution, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Council President Means?
Yes, we're just closing the public portion. Points well taken by the people that spoke. This item, Councilman Mendez, is Bunker Hill. We're not talking about the downtown.
No, I'm talking about Bunker Hill.
No, you mentioned downtown.
No, Bunker Hill.
Yeah,
Bunker Hill.
By your error.
Downtown 300 and change thousand.
Yeah. So my vote is yes.
Public hearing is now closed.
Can we read into the record item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution ratifying and adopting the 2026 budget of the Bunker Hill Park Special Improvement District. It's authorized by the Finance Committee. This is resolution number 26153.
So
move. Discussion.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Davila, second by Velez.
Second.
Cotton, Mendez.
Discussion.
And Udine, discussion. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I don't know, through the chair, Mr. BA or CFO, I requested to tell me how many properties are in this special improvement district, because the assessment, the real estate assessment of the SID comes up to $150,000, $250. I think there's a lot of property there. If we're going to talk about assessment, that Bunker Hill have more, has industrial area. And it says here, Paterson SID real estate assessment.
Percentage.
So how, okay, my question was, how many property are in the SID of the Bunker Hill?
Mr. CFO.
143 blocking lots.
Okay.
100 what?
43 blocking lots.
143 parking lots.
Block and lots.
Blocks and lots.
Blocks and lots.
Oh, block and lots. So do you have the assessment of every block?
Of every property, yes.
And based on your experience, how much they say it is the assessment?
Of the total, it's 125. $125,015,800.
125 million? Okay, so, and the percent of that will be? What percent? 1%? 2%? What?
Do you mean what they get taxed?
Yeah.
It's their assessment, the property's assessment divided by the total assessment.
4%?
No, so if your assessment...
It's like you're not speaking.
Mr. CFO, can you just speak into the mic and quote the formula? Because it's not the exact assessment for all properties. Please
If your
quote the
assessment,
formula.
if the property's assessment is $1 million, it's $1 million divided by the total. That's how you get the percentage. Then you multiply that times the assessment to get the amount.
Plus they are paying the regular taxes to the city of Paterson.
Correct.
Correct. But I didn't got that information, right? So that's why I'm asking this information. The other thing is, do any of those property owe taxes into the city of Paterson? Are they in a reader? Have you done the analysis?
I would have to verify that for you. I don't have that information.
Okay. This is time sensitive?
Yes.
Why?
Mr. CFO.
This is already delayed. Their payments, their taxes really should have went out for February, May.
All right, so I know now it's time sensitive, especially we had to cut those tax bills and make sure that the money they get it for, they could continue doing what they do in the area. I noticed a big difference since 2015, I believe. They put a lot of gardening, beautify the area. They put new signs in the area when you go to Bunker Hill. But I would like to have a CFO, you could send me email with that question, answer, talk to the tax assessor's office, how many, those property, how many they owe taxes to the city of Paterson. And last but not least, I know it's not probably a part of this, also to tell me how much GTI, I believe it is, the dispensary that we have in the third ward, how much taxes they owe us since 2 years. Just in case, we had to collect this money. We had to balance the budget.
Point of order, GTI is not a part of Bunker
I know,
Hill.
that's what I say,
Stay on
Council
track.
President, that's what I say. It's not part of it, but I just want to put the question for he could do the same. I want to know how much GTI owe us in taxes too.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. I think that, Mr. CFO, the reason why I opened during my closing on the public portion with this question was because to highlight this budget. And it has nothing to do with the assessment. I know the hundreds of millions of dollars are those property assessed at the highest number. Those are factories. But I think that this is the only budget that I will feel satisfied to vote yes at that 100%. Because before, way back, if we remember, if you go back, there was an executive administrator's salary was $25,000. Now it's zero. This improvement district, it has nothing to do with the regular taxation. They come together, all those business, and they allocate a portion, a very small portion of the taxes in addition to have an additional service. So it has nothing to do with the city. This improvement district, they allocate an additional taxation to have additional security maintenance service, which is $88,000. Bunker Hill is that industrial city. It's part of the third ward, part of the fourth ward. But I truly feel confident and I feel satisfied with them because they included most of the money. The largest percentage is on maintenance and security right in Bunker Hill, and that really helped the city. Not like other improvement districts that we really have to sit down and have a serious conversation if we really love our city and we got to turn our city around. So I'm just closing with that. That was the reason why I asked a question to highlight that they not pay nobody to run this city. They just wanted the area to be beautified and safe.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Cotton?
We're voting to approve this. Is that where we finally on?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just say that the Bunker Hill is in the 4th Ward, a little part of the 3rd. The two of the companies that, and you can see how the budget came down because two of the businesses owners, they're retired now, but they still own the businesses, and they're actually running the Bunker Hill SID. So they do an outstanding job trying to keep it up to date, trying to keep it beautified, doing everything that they did. So that's why their budget is not as high as it has been in the past. So I think the Bunker Hill actually do a great job with actually they're the only, I can't say special improvement district, but industrial. They're industrial. They'll have nothing else in their industrial is Bunker Hill SID. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Udine?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Council President Means?
Let me say this, and I don't think it was put on the record, but I want to commend Bunker Hill for the awesome work they do in their special improvement district plan. For years, the cleanliness, just what they do in that particular area, I've said in the past and I'll say it again, it should be the model for every SID in the city. They do a wonderful job with the way they operate, the way they make sure that they have security and different things in place to secure their businesses and make sure their workers are safe and in that area is kept clean. Mr. BA, possibly we can have them be the model for the SIDs in all of our areas in the city of Paterson. With that being stated, my vote is yes.
They're the only industrial.
7
in the
yes,
state.
this item passes.
Like, I mean, like,
Thank you. Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
oh, where's 3? I don't have 3 in my.
Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to J.A. Alexander for road resurfacing portions of 19th Avenue, Beckwith Avenue, and Robert Street. This is bid number 26.13 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Resolution
So moved.
26-1554.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Mendez, second by Mims. Roll call on the repaving of streets.
Councilmember Cotton?
Do you have number 3? Because I don't have number 3.
It's on the
I
tablet.
want to see it because he was gonna, I'm sorry, yeah, because he was supposed to list on there, I'm sorry, just the 3 streets, and I wanted to know that, between what 2 streets, between what 2? 19th Ave, Beckwith Ave, Robert Street. I needed to know what they were between, like what street.
We're in roll call now, though.
Well,
Open the discussion.
No, we're in roll call.
All right.
it don't make no sense, it really don't.
I don't know what you say.
You vote?
Your vote? No vote. Council Vice President Davila?
My vote is yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just another example of the shuffling of millions of dollars. It was a $500,000 contract, and it had to be done on a special meeting agenda. Oh, I forgot. The mayor's knocking on doors, and when people tell him he can't put a sign in front of his house, he says, "Oh, I paved your road." So he needs to have more streets to be able to tell people that he paved their road. Forget how much we're spending and how much we're wasting, how much overages we're paying for, you know, and then the aiding of this effect or this effort through various council members to make sure we create a special meeting just to put these matters on the agenda. Despite the fact that we desperately, you know, need road resurfacing, Madam Clerk, just in the spirit of not pulling the wool over the sheep's eyes, my vote is no.
Councilmember Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I always been in full support of resurfacing, and I do have the right to take credit, because I'm sitting here, and it's with my vote that this legislation will pass. When those roads are getting resurfaced, I will go there, I will inform the public, I will do my live video, and I will do the whole 9 yards. Because I'm not sitting here just because. I'm sitting here because people elect me to be here and fight for, and not voting against resurfacing. And whoever voting against resurface, I will encourage you to change, the way, because you do have the right. It's not the mayor only that have the right to take credit. Without us, that will never happen. Without the council, this will never be done. And to my third ward resident, the 19th Avenue, it looked like a roller coaster in the third ward. I have one of my constituents pay $17,000 in taxes, and the road, the potholes I was right in front, they're horrible. People have to just drive around to. I would never say no, and I will be out there encourage people and doing my video. No, I'm not ashamed, and I have the right to take credit for that. With that being said, let's get the job done, and my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, with the collaborative action of the council and the administration, we're able to repave so many streets around the city. We know that many of our streets are crumbling, and we are pushing for patching the potholes. So I have to think that we were able to patch many potholes. Remaining potholes should be emphasized. But again, I am in full support of repavement, and we want to see all the streets around the city should be repaved in the near future. So my vote is definitely yes.
Councilman Velez.
So the script of election time is thank you, administration, thank you, Mr. BA, thank you, DPW, for listening to the concern of the residents, and we as a legislative body has support your initiative. That's supposed to be the message. My vote is yes to this.
Council President Means.
So you know why it's easy to vote yes? Oh, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, she decided to pass. Yeah.
We know, Councilwoman Cotton.
No, I did pass. I'm sorry, I did pass, Madam Clerk. But I did get some of my answers that I needed. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Recorded. Council President Means.
So to the public, first I want to just make sure you understand. So a lot of roads were approved during the winter months by this council. Wasn't just the administration. I know it was election time. It wasn't just the mayor. Many council members advocated for and lobbied for roads to be repaved. We voted on it, got approved, and now the weather's breaking, and now it's getting ready to happen. It's not because it's election time, it's because those roads are in horrendous conditions. We have approved 176 roads to be repaved in the city of Paterson, and River Street will be done by August. Not about elections, about doing what's right by the residents, and thank you to my council colleagues for fighting for that. Madam Clerk, I will be happy. I'll come out there in the video, Councilman Mendez, on 19th Ave. We have a lot of seniors that live over there on Beckwith and Robert Street. My vote is yes.
So no, thank you.
6 yeses, 1 no. This item passes.
Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Item number 4 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to J.A. Alexander, Inc. for the 2026 Citywide Road Resurfacing Program. This is bid number 26.12 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works, resolution number 26155.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Mendez and Udine. Roll call on
Discussion.
Discussion. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Council President. On item number 4, where's the list of the road that will be covered? The $1,095,772,000.
Mr. BA, could you give the various list of the several wards that will be covered in this listing? Mr. BA.
Sure, Council President, and I'll just state them out loud for the record. This bid award is covering Maitland, Chatham to Chamberlain, Emerson, Chatham to Totowa, Linwood, from Chamberlain to the dead end, Rossiter, Chamberlain to dead end, Paterson, Front Street to dead end, Marion Street, Union Ave to dead end, Dayton Street, Caldwell to McBride. And if I could just add, Council President, the reason that we're awarding these two tonight is very specific. J. Alexander is in the city starting other projects this week. previous bids that this council awarded.
Yes.
So putting this on this agenda is to maximize efficiencies. They're out there. We award them tonight. Contracts can be done and signed by the end of the week, early next week, and it's just purely efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President, for the question. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. Mr. BA, do we have a calculated length of roads that's being paid for this amount of money?
Yeah.
That would be in the bid specs, so I could provide you that information. There were 6 bidders on this project.
I thought there were 8 and 6 returned.
Well,
6 bidders.
that's how many submitted, so I don't count someone asking for the packet necessarily.
So how many miles of roads are we paving?
That information will be in the big document, so I could forward that to you.
But I'm voting on it now.
If you'd like, Councilman, in the future, I will come prepared with exact measurements of every road that's being awarded to be paved. I haven't heard that request before, but I'd be happy to incorporate it.
How have you never heard that request before? How do I quantify what $1 million is getting me if I don't know how much we're paving? That doesn't seem like common sense. Do you send your kid to the supermarket with $100 and not have an idea of what they should be purchasing and how much change should be required?
The item goes through Public Works. It goes through the engineering department. If that department felt that even the lowest bid of 6 was inappropriate because of the number that came in, they'd be recommending a rejection.
So it's not necessarily about if DPW or if a committee person finds if it's appropriate. If there's a collaboration amongst the bidders, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, and they're taking turns on being a lower bidder, as a member of the voting body, how am I to know how much we're paying per square mile or how much we're paying per square foot if it's not included here in this packet when we're voting on this?
My apology, Councilman. I've watched 7 years of meetings, and that question has never been raised by yourself.
No,
or any other
I've
council
asked
members.
this question. You watched 7 years of meetings.
Yes, sir.
Then you missed a few. You
No,
definitely
no, sir.
missed a few. This is a frequent
sir.
question. I'll make sure I find it. This is a very frequent question that I ask. Anything that pertains to money that we're spending, I'm trying to delve down on how much we're spending per unit, per foot, whatever it is that we're spending. So you've watched 7 years of meetings. That's rather entertaining. If you would have watched 7 years of meetings, you would have been better prepared tonight. How do we quantify it? Let's speak hypothetically. You tell me, how should I quantify and make a comparison to the two if I don't have a unit-based price?
Again,
I should just vote yes
In the
to your
future,
account.
if the council desires receiving the actual bid submission and wants to be involved to that granular detail, we can make that available. But this goes through purchasing, it goes through the DPW director, it goes through our engineering department, through the administration, and onto the agenda. And all members have signed off on this. We reject bids. We're rejecting the East Side Historic Steps. Those came in way out of whack from what it should have been. So there's a review process, and it has gone through it.
Councilman Jackson, if I may, in your line of questioning, you sit in the DPW committee meeting?
So I was going to ask Councilwoman Cotton, you've been tenured slightly longer than I have. To your recollection, we've never been included, the bids within the packet that we have before we vote? Never? Have we ever had the bids included in the packet before we vote?
Yes, always.
But wait a minute. He just watched 7 years of meetings and he said it's never been done before.
That's not my
This
statement.
question has never been asked before.
My
That was not my
apologies. I
statement.
asked a question because in
So I
committee,
have
we
one council
discussed
person
that.
who says, yes, it's been included. We have one of the assistant clerks that can confirm that these specific kinds of questions and items are normally included How, as a council, are we expected to vote on bids and the bids aren't even present in the agenda?
So Councilman Jackson, to your point, all right, and what Council President just indicated, and I will get up right now, Council President, those things are discussed and those bids, everything is discussed in committee. When it comes to the workshop, what is on the list is the amount of people that picked up. I know you, Mr. Bay, indicated that you only care about, who submitted, but there's always how many picked up, which is in the body of the resolution, how many submitted, and the top, and just the list of the amounts. But there's never been packets, never, in my 12 years sitting here. Thank you very much.
That is an absolute forest. That's a lie.
He wants to know how much per mile.
Council President.
You've never seen bids included in this thing? Madam Clerk, through the chair, if I may, can you please enlighten that the committee process is not a part of the process in which the council functions? According to our code and according to our guidelines, the committee process is a process in which the council chooses to assess. But it's not a required process. We're here voting. This item was put on a special meeting agenda. Special meeting agenda, meaning there should be additional, more inclusive information that's included with this package. And you're trying to tell me you watched 7 years of meetings, and through your perusing of these meetings, you haven't come across any meetings where we have the bids included into this package.
That's not what I stated. What I stated was, yourself and other council members have never questioned this bid, how much does it come out to per mile? That has never come up. But if that is a statistic that's important to you to make your decision, you'll be getting that going forward.
Council President.
Okay, so yet again, members of the public, we have council members bragging about supporting items, right? And Councilman Mendez actually bragged the other night about supporting an item at the old Fifth Avenue site, of which, to negate the commentary of the BA, of which, even then, I specifically outlined the cost per unit, cost per square foot. I'm always asking for the cost factors. And in that case, where we allowed the developer to build for $400,000 a square foot, where the average rate of build is $100,000 a square foot, is absolutely ridiculous. So here we have one bill for $500,000 and one bill for over $1 million. So a quick and easy assessment would say, okay, we should be getting double the amount of what we got for the $500,000. How can you calculate that? I'm just supposed to take your word for it. How can I calculate that if I don't know how many miles of roads? Specifically, and what you should do is go back to when Joey Torres was the mayor, because Joey would be very specific with the outline of how many square miles the city was and how many miles of roads were being paved. So I don't know, I mean, well, I guess you said 7 years. This mayor's only been the mayor for 8. You need to go back a little further and watch a little further, because the commandeering of the council process, I have to know how much I'm spending. I have to know that. In order for me to vote on an item and support it, how can I do that if I don't know how much we're spending per mile, per square foot? That's really what the cost factoring should be. It should be per square foot. How many linear feet? Council, so you're all going to tell me that I've never asked the question of how many linear feet is being paved. All right, well, nobody else is paying attention,
No,
but it's
we're
a
not
very
saying
frequent
that.
question.
We're not.
Councilwoman Cotton,
It's a very
Councilwoman
frequent
Velez.
question that I
we're
think
not
is
saying
very
that.
relevant. How many linear feet of roads are being paved? But you're incapable of answering it, of course.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President.
That's why we got a purchasing agent.
Thank you,
That's his
Council
role.
President.
As a purchasing agent, that's his role.
So, we'll say before, the committee meeting has 4 members. We all know our responsibility to come and attend committee meetings. And why is it important to attend committee meetings? Because all these trees, all this resolution, all this award contract is discussed at the committee meeting. And if I have a question for the director in the moment and he don't have the answer, he will look right away and make a call to the BA or the CFO or the purchaser agent and even the attorney that oversees the committee to bring us a highlight of what's going on with the project, the road resurfacing, et cetera, et cetera. We even asked for scope of work. They give it to us, and we know what's going on in certain projects. Now, it's simple and easy, you know, to find out without asking the BA, about 6 roads, an estimate of less than 3 miles, how much it will cost us, so probably $1 million, a little bit more, to repave. Just to give you an average of miles that probably 6th Street will have. 6th Street will have, less than 3 miles. So it's clear enough to say that the process, the procurement process, the bid process, I never, since I'm sitting here, never received a bid process after they award that process. They come sealed. They never attach it to a resolution. The only thing they attach is who's the lowest bidder on the people that are competing, how many pick up the application, how many submitted it, the bids, and who was the low bidder, and sometimes the lowest and the lowest and the lowest. So, Mr. BA, I am pleased to listen to you today and to hear that you watched this meeting 7 years. So I know you're well prepared to answer us back in a professional fashion, and I'm pleased for that. And you know that you got an open door policy, that every time I have some questions, I even call you a lot to clarify things that sometimes we want to save time to be here, not delaying the process. So
thank you.
Saying that, Council President, we're not
Councilman
voting.
Mendez.
We're not voting, right?
Council, we
Thank-
will.
Oh,
right
later,
after
okay,
this.
yeah.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. I mean, you know, just to answer Councilman Jackson, when it comes to the Fifth Avenue project, I've been in the Riverside section for 20 years. I've been a homeowner. That's one of my properties being there, and I've been living there for 20 years. And I'm proud of the Fifth Avenue complex. I support her. And if God gave me the opportunity to be the mayor and the resident of the city, I'll concentrate my effort on affordable housing based on income, because that's what people need. People are struggling in this city, and I will go all the way with affordable housing and bringing the right partner into the city of Paterson. Going back into the resurfacing, I think that Councilman Jackson's question is very valid. Mr. BA, try to provide that information as soon as possible, as much detail as possible. We as a legislative body, we have the right to get into full detail of that. But I understand that the law, what we're getting is who is the lowest responsible bidder, how many people participate in the bidder. And by now that we have five vendors out, it was very compatible based on the number that I see. So I'm satisfied with that. But the question that I have for you, Mr. VA, is who is in charge of supervising the road resurfacing here in the city of Paterson? Who is responsible now out of the engineer department?
Mr. BA.
Our engineering department has road inspectors, has various support staff that manage it, and I know there's a consultant that I know, engineering company. So I don't want to speak out of turn and tell you the wrong thing, but there's a lot of people involved, both internal and external.
So the reason why I'm asking you this question is because I don't see any person representing the city doing a lot of the resurfacing projects. And trust me, I'm there in the morning and the afternoon. I love to see the council members. Just give me a minute. I love to see the job, the way they're doing it. I'm not an expert in that, but we have people in the city that they are responsible to oversee the project. I don't see them doing the resurfacing. I need to see the person in charge. Now, I mentioned this in other meetings. On the River Street project, we hired a third-party company to oversee the project. I've been in River Street many times, and during the resurfacing of the first phase, I never see that person. I saw that person once, and the agreement that we voted on here was that there will be a person on site all the time. That never happened. It happened the first time only, and I met the person that was there. After that, nobody passed by, and we pay a third-party company to oversee that project. That really concerns me because we're spending a huge amount of money to resolve the situation with our roads, but I don't see the person in charge responsible for this looking at this project. That need to change. And last, in closing, back when Councilman Morris was here, I had the opportunity to collaborate with him and on a legislation to make sure that the utility company that are fixing the road with the PNC&G, Passaic Valley Water Commission fix the road with the same standard of quality that they need to fix it. So we're not following that. We're fixing the road like East 42nd. 2 months later, they came in, they opened the road, and they just patch it. And a month later, we got a huge pothole there. So we investing money, and those utility company, they destroying our roads. So we need to hold those utility company accountable for the job that they need to do, for the type of material and the way they need to fix it. So, and the administration, they haven't done that ever with those utility company. I hope to see a change of that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call on
Council
item number
President.
4. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Jackson, and then roll call, Madam Clerk.
We do have an engineer in the DPW department. I'm not going to mention his name, but he's the overseer of all our road repaving.
Yes.
I have called him many times for roads that are being done. So we do have an engineer in our engineering department, Councilman Mendez. We do have an engineer, and I will tell you who he is, because he do oversee the road paving. The only other issue, because I had a couple of issues with the engineer, there's a lot of, not a lot, but there's some streets with that metal plate, and I usually send him out to see, and he can normally tell by looking at it, like whether it's public service, or whether it's Verizon, or whether it's the water company, and you'd be surprised how the engineer can look at something and know who did the work. So I will share you that with all my council colleagues. Our engineer that oversees our road repaving projects. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson, and then roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, first of all, Councilman Mendez, I would venture to say almost 90% of all questions I ask are valid. So I definitely don't need you to validate whether or not my question's valid. The fact that we should point out is that the item that came right before it, that was not questioned, it was just voted upon. And as Velez is, so ignorantly acknowledging his presence in the workshop, in the committee meeting, we all know that there's a restriction on how many members can attend. So instead of pointing out the fact that I don't come waste my time with you in there playing, if the information was provided in committee, then your job as one of the 4 is to provide it to the rest of the council. I shouldn't have the BA telling me, oh, next time I'll get it for you if you think it's important. Because if it was in fact discussed in the committee meeting, as you're trying to, allude to, so ignorantly allude to, by the way, then you would have the information. One of you committee members would have the information to answer the question that I'm asking. The very baseline question of any time you're spending money. How much am I paying per unit? It's a very baseline question in anything. You ask it if you're buying oranges. You ask it if you're buying tires. You ask it if you're buying anything. If you're spending money on something, you should know what is the per unit cost. How do you not know that if you don't know what's the measurement of roads that you're resurfacing? So Councilman Mendez wants to sit here and point out another failure on River Street, complain about it, but yet come and just vote in the affirmative without even asking any of the questions. Then talk about how many, why you gotta talk when I'm talking? I don't do that. I know I make you feel so uncomfortable by calling you out on your incapability of understanding what we're doing here. But here we are approving $1 million, people. This is not $10, not $100. This is $1 million. And we can't even tell us what we're getting for it. Nobody here can tell us what we're getting for it. Oh, we're getting new roads. So he can knock on your door with a flyer saying how he paved your roads. But those same apartments that he's bragging about, he doesn't want to talk about how the developer walked away with a $50 million developer's fee before putting 1 shovel in the ground. He doesn't want to talk about how inventory was reduced by 60 to 70%. How every single person in the city is calling now because there's no inventory with departments, how he's bragging about how we did that, how they put subpar units there for $100 million.
Council President, pose the question, please.
What do you, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Les.
No.
We're gonna be here all night.
I'm not yielding the floor. I have the floor just like he did to ramble his ignorant rhetoric. What I'm talking about is factual
Council
content
President, oppose the question,
that
please,
pertains
because
directly to
he's not directing
how
the
we're
item.
spending
He's
money.
directing to slander a councilman. And,
It's not
we
about
have to move
slander.
forward.
Your incompetence is not slander.
Sir,
it's a fact.
we oppose the
It's a
question,
fact.
please, Council
You
President.
said you were in a
Point of
committee
order,
meeting.
Council
President, we
members.
oppose
You
the
said you were in
question.
a committee meeting, but you
Point
don't
of
have
order.
the information.
Pose the
Point of
question,
order.
Council President. Tell him to get a calculator and get the
Point
percentage
of order
or 3 or
is
whatever.
Point of order, your request is taken. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Council President, I didn't yield the floor. I still have the
Councilmember
floor.
Cotton.
I still have the floor. He's now telling me to take out a calculator. How can I take out a calculator if there's no
Councilman Jackson,
measurement?
a
Council
call to
President, can you
question.
answer my question?
Councilman Jackson, a call to question was posed. We are now in roll call.
It doesn't matter if a call to question was posed. I have the floor. He
Council
doesn't just,
President, oppose the
if I'm
question.
stating a measure of fact, I'm not off topic. I'm asking how can I utilize a calculator when we don't know how much we're paving?
And
We don't have, how can we do that? To his point, I want to pull my calculator out. I want to talk, to discuss how much we're spending per
Councilman, your
unit. But we don't
points-
have it.
Your points are well taken. They said they would provide that information.
But we're
Madam
still going to
Clerk,
move forward the vote.
Roll call.
Councilmember Cotton.
Yes.
Council Vice President Davila.
Before I vote, I just want to state this. We have a purchasing agent,
Who
procurement
does this?
officer who is certified by the state. A lot of this is vetted through a bidding process and then it's presented, then it goes to committee. Councilman Jackson, you are right with all the questions that you're asking. But if you attend the DPW committee meeting where you are a member, you are able to ask all of these questions and grill them there and then come back and share with us, because I'm not part of that committee, to be able to then understand exactly what you're saying. So no one is saying you're wrong, right? You have the right to ask those questions, but you could ask them in the committee where the other council members, and there are some that are not here because they're out sick. So I just want to make that statement, because when you speak this way, you make all of us, or you try to make us look incompetent, and that's not the case. Again, there is someone who is our procurement officer, the person who goes over all of this. We have a DPW director, we have a deputy director, we have supervisors, we have engineers. They all sit in the committee meetings. So, with that said, let us be more respectful. Your passion for our city, I can see it, I understand it, okay? But let us also talk about the fact that you don't attend these meetings. If you attended them, you are able to then ask and bring us the information that's necessary. At this point, I am going to support this. Anything that's going to be for the betterment of our city and of our roads. How can I sit here while I'm knocking on doors or listening to constituents talk about the conditions of our roads and then I vote no? Absolutely not. This money is allotted for this. I'm going to move forward. I heard what the streets were. I represent the entire city while others just fight for their wards. When we vote as a whole. All right, so with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, let's be clear. I don't move on passion. This is logical. How do you spend $110 million in a stadium that someone else spent $14 million for? And yes, Mr. Savalas is a certified purchasing agent, but he's not an expert in road resurfacing. He's not an authority on how much the normal cost for repaving is. No, just like he wasn't an authority on how much it should cost per unit. This is not about whether or not we followed the rules of procurement. That's what he looks for. He doesn't look to see if we're being taken advantage of. That's the council's job. The council's job is to vet this out. And let me point out, Not only did I, in the past, attend every single committee meeting, there was still no change in that. So yes, I've made a conscious effort not to participate in your games because we go to committee meeting, I grill these questions down, and they still come here and vote in a different way. So what am I to do? I'm here to inform the public. I'm here to show, yes, you're right. It is an irresponsible vote. If you're spending $1 million on something that should cost $300,000, but then you're telling the public, I got to go out now and beg the state for $70 million in transitional aid because I wasn't responsible in all of the little things that added up to the deficit, then this is how we get there. By not holding him accountable, how do you expect he comes in? There's always been the bid, all 3 bids included in the package. But now he watched 7 years of meetings and it's never been done before. So listen, I mean, I guess me voting no is something that he's not accustomed to seeing. Because I vote no all the time. And Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for the record and all my residents in the city of Paterson, I'm very proud to support the reconstruction of River Street. I love it during my 2 terms as council president. I love it, I work hard, and I say yes all the time, the whole 9 yard. Councilman Jackson, River Street passed by the first ward, and he voted no, and he never supported that project. I'm very proud, and I will campaign in support of that project because that's also my work there. And that River Street it's one of the worst streets in the whole state of New Jersey. Residents are crying for years, and it's gonna get done because of the effort of this council, and I'm very proud. In my 2 terms as council president and here, I never say no to resurfacing project, and I'm very proud, and I'll take credit for that also as well. And the Fifth Avenue complex, that's been my neighborhood for 20 years, and I'm a homeowner, I'm a taxpayer there with multiple property, and I take pride to have the Fifth Avenue complex. I invite people to go there, and I said, if I become a mayor, we're gonna see a lot more new projects like the Fifth Avenue complex. So I'm very proud of my record. And you're wrong when you said that the purchasing agent doesn't know about this. Yes, he got to go through all the bid, the specification. We have 6 companies. The lowest bidder for this project the number is $1,095,772. The second person was 1.139. The third one 1.359, 1.4, and on and on and on. We got the information here, and the purchasing agent, he has a license from the state. I'm not talking about the administration. I'm not talking about who's doing that. He's responsible for this, and he's not going to put his license at risk for the city of Paterson or for this mayor or for any other mayor. Let's put it that clear. Now, my concern is about the person in charge of going on reviewing this project. I need to see the person in charge. I'm not an expert on resurfacing. I go there because I support this, but I'm not an expert. I need to see the person in charge of this project on site, and that's my concern. And absolutely, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, one more thing that we understand and we believe that we have many issues that need to be addressed. We need to continue fighting for more street repavement. And as the campaign trail taking place, we see a lot of negative campaign that we are going to standing by the potholes or standing by the street that needs to be addressed, needs to be repaved. And we try to use it as a political agenda, but again, when it comes to push for more repavement, as we have done, I would say a tremendous progress in last 3 years. We need to keep pushing for this. I understand your political agenda could be different, but not stopping the progress. I am in full support of this progress. I'm in full support of all the street repavement, and we have to continue fighting for this. When we as elected body complain about things like this, then what about the population of the city? They need to complain, and we need to address their complaint and answer correctly. And I am full support, as I have done that previously, to repave all the streets, and I'm definitely in support of these streets that already in bid. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just going to be simple and easy. No matter if it's high, if it's low, if it's good, if it will benefit moving forward the city, he's still going to vote no. The answer is never going to satisfy him. We could save in a contract, and they come to the council to rectify the contract and to change order because we save money in the project. He vote no. So I don't understand. Some councilmen want to throw us back to the era of the dinosaurs. Trust me. And they want to move forward the city with sole plan that they don't even realistic, because if you was against anything since you've been sitting here, what you have to offer to move forward the city of Paterson. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't question nobody's expertise, especially in their position. I think the purchasing agent is well qualified, certified, and educated and certified every year to make sure his job is doing according to the law. But we're here to make sure that our city is run fiscal responsible and making sure that whatever they put it in front of us, we support it to see our city moving forward. Once again, no matter how you paint the art or the picture, they still gonna vote no. So saying that, I'm proud that everything that I have voted has been given back to the community. You like it or not? My vote is yes.
Council President Means.
So just some clarification. I heard a comment in regards to council committees. Council committees are important, and they're a part of our code. So to the community and to my council colleagues, look it up. Paterson Code, Council Committee, Standing Committee, Section 5-20. Committees are very important. When it comes to these items, no one on this dais is smarter than the other. When you go into committees and you're sitting in that room, maybe there's something that others are not thinking about, and you come in so you can get the best out of whatever the discussion is. So when you come before the council and the public, everyone is speaking the same thing, or maybe there's some stuff they need to add or take away. But that's why committees are so important, that you attend the committee meetings. Very, very, very important. The other point I wanted to make, and others have made it, but Councilwoman Cotton and W, you're exactly right. There is someone in engineering. His name is Ben. I don't understand why people don't know that he's here. You got to reach out, send an email, go down to that department. Fred has been gone for a while, but Ben is here. He does it. I know we do have a project manager for River Street, but I'm going to put on the record that we need to put someone specifically on all of these streets that are about to be repaved, specifically look into getting a project manager on a per diem just to oversee those projects, to make sure that they're done properly from curb to curb and the right way they're supposed to be done. With that being stated, Paterson, your streets are filled with potholes. You've talked about it. It's posted on social media, and that's what we're doing. We are voting to get those streets done. It's not about politics. It's about people. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
6 yeses, 1 no. This item passes.
Can I get a motion to close the special meeting?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman
Madam
Douglas.
Clerk,
Second. Right after.
Okay.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to call the special meeting on April the 7th.
Councilmember Cotton? Yes. Council Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Udine?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Velez? Council President Means?
Yes.
Public special meeting is now closed.
We're resuming
We
back
are
to the workshop.
resuming back to the workshop.
Yes. Before we go into workshop, Councilman Velez has asked for a special request to do a presentation. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Council President, it's not going to take too long. I made a little simple note here. I don't want to make a mistake. I always appreciate anybody that make a difference in the community and work towards our city, and no matter what position they have. Appointing people to commissions are really important, and where they decide to resign and leave, I always going to be appreciative of the work and the time they put in the office that they was appointed. This time, I appreciate, I wish him well, I wish him a good retirement, good health, and I decided to do a plaque. Unfortunately, he's not here. I cannot even announce him to come because limit of communication. I want to keep it that way, but I appreciate the work that he does, that he did as a Rent Levy Board Commissioner. This plaque goes to Ernest Rucker for your dedication and commitment to the community. Enjoy your retirement from your councilman, Louis Velez, 5th Ward Councilman, the People's Councilman, gave March 25th, 2026, the day that he decided to retire. And it has a beautiful, beautiful item, plaque on it beside his name. And I know he's going to remember this because everybody has a value in life. So, Madam Clerk, through the chair, please give this to Ernest Rucker for his dedication and work that he did in the community. And I value his work. Ernest Rucker, thank you for your service. Enjoy your retirement and take care of your health. God bless you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we take item number 60? Our director is here. Item number 60.
60, economic development.
Item number 60 is economic development.
How are you, Director?
Resolution approving
See you.
the Paterson Urban Enterprise Zone Division of Department of Economic Development to utilize $403,396 of UEZ assistance funds for administrative budget for the fiscal year 2027, July 1st, 2026 to June 2027. Can you please give a brief description for this item?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My objective.
Council President, if I may, before our Assistant Director begins, I want to thank you. They held a meeting. Okay, I was not present in that meeting as I had a visit. So I just want you to know that there was a committee meeting held. It was chaired by the chair, Councilman Kalik, and others were there, but I was not present, so I just wanted to let it be known.
Thank you. So there was a committee meeting. Thank you, Council Vice President. Director?
Thank you. My objective is to introduce in the submission of the proposed that you have in front of you to the urban enterprise zone with the state in the amount of $403,396. You have seen in front of you a detailed budget breakdown of line items and how we came to that amount. It is straightforward. All items that have been submitted today will be submitted to the state of New Jersey with all the proposed items with the full backup. Every single item by the state requirements, make sure they have quotes.
Thank you, Director. I did see that the greater percentage of those items are for salaries. I did see that in there. Any council members have any questions? Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, I see, I'm looking at the contract here, looking at you got 4 clerk threes? Is it 4 clerk threes, or what is it? Clerk 3, FTE.
3.
Clerk 3, FTE, I see 4 of them.
No, there's 3 clerks, ma'am.
Huh?
3 clerks.
I see 3 on my paper here. I see 4, actually.
No.
Two should be combined.
Huh?
2 of them should be combined. It's 25 grand apiece, so they were somehow split in half.
Oh, okay, so you got, okay. So why do you need 3 clerk 3s?
We currently have 2s. The administrative budget from last year allowed us to have 1 extra person that we're looking to hire for this year as we propose growth. We currently are aggressively pursuing revisiting, but making sure that people re-sign back into UEZ, and there's going to be a lot of footwork being done, one-on-one.
So you're saying, now this is the money that's coming from the UEZ, from the state of New Jersey, but this is just to run the UEZ.
Correct.
Right, this is just to run it. Now, how much is the other funding that we actually going to get? Do we know yet?
This is just strictly just for the administrative budget, just to run the office.
Say that again?
This is just administrative budget, that's it.
Right. Do we know how much we're going to get yet for year 2027?
Approximately between all the projects combined, 7+ million.
How much?
7 million plus,
7 million plus
correct,
that we should get for a year going into 26, 27?
correct.
Okay. All right. So this is just, the 496 is to run the department.
That is correct, ma'am.
And then looking forward, they haven't released it yet, I know, but.
No.
The state of New Jersey has not released how much, we're roughly thinking 7 million, but the state of New Jersey has not released that yet.
No, not
to
yet.
us. Okay.
Various projects have been approved through the state of New Jersey. They do have a backlog in releasing the funds.
You have a what now?
The state of New Jersey currently has a backlog in releasing the funds for projects that have been approved.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, this is just a run. So you'll let us know when that other, actually when the state of New Jersey is going to release the funding for.
That is correct, ma'am. It goes directly into the finance department
Okay.
once it's been approved.
It'll go directly, okay.
Yes.
All right, this is just to run the department.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. So, Brother Washington, I'm not sure what to call you at this point because I know that we have some, I'm not sure what your current seating role is, but the second whereas, it says the Urban Enterprise Zone Program, no, wait, let me see. Third whereas, the Director of Urban Enterprise and the Director of the Department of Economic Development have recommended approval for this item. Who might that be?
At this current juncture is myself.
You're both roles.
Yes, sir.
So you've recommended this for approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Prior to the actual makeup of the full budget, this was in conjunction with Director Lenny. Unfortunately, she's no longer with us, but it was in conjunction with the staff, myself, and Director Laney, and it has been fine-tuned to what you see in front of you.
All right, so $4,000 in travel costs. Can you let me know what that's for?
Sure. One of the things that we were able to highlight was the last year, some of the travel costs, including going to Atlantic City. And there should have been no reason why the city of Paterson should have been the one to hold that bill. Therefore, I made sure that on this current budget, that those items for travel expenses, such as the League of New Municipalities and other training seminars that we'll be attending, will be taken out of the money that comes to UZ and not to the city of Paterson.
So $8,000 for who to go to Atlantic City?
Currently, it will be the staff members. Well, you don't have $8,000. This is conference and training, traveling costs.
Conference and training is $4,000, and then travel costs is $4,000.
That is good. That's a total,
So
yes.
you guys are flying a private copter there, $4,000 to drive to Atlantic City?
No, sir, if you... It's
a budget.
Well, it's a budget, but last year, if you look at last year's registrants were at $65 per night at the hotels in Atlantic City, which would have been $1,000 alone. So we're estimating for Atlantic City of 3 individuals, right? Plus another conference that I do want them to attend, which is the Governor Conference for UEZ, where they do get extensive training in how to properly get allocations for the UEC and for the city of Paterson.
Okay, so that's $1,000 estimated to your assertion for Atlantic City for the league. And how much would that conference cost?
The other conference is estimated to be around $4,000.
$4,000?
Yes, sir.
Where would those costs be expended? Like for $4,000 for 3 individuals, for how many days?
2 nights.
$4,000 for 3 individuals. So it's for, he says, we're not talking about the league. So he's talking about another UEZ conference. 3 individuals in a semi-presidential suite at let's say $400 a night. They're higher than that. Okay, how much are they? So, 275? I just said $400. I just said $400 a night.
Council members,
I just said $400 per night.
Council members, council members.
So that's $1,200. Listen, like, I know that you guys are just anxious to be a yes vote on all this stuff, but I apologize for getting in the way of anybody's parade. Furniture and equipment, $15,000. What are we purchasing for $15,000?
Well, we're estimating that once we hire this new individual, they're going to need computers, they're going to need laptops, furniture, anything that we might possibly need.
Okay, so what happened to the furniture and things of that nature that was purchased last year for you?
It's still there, sir.
So you need another $15,000. What was purchased last year? How much did we expend last year? What furniture was purchased, and how much did we spend?
Give me a second, if I may.
And you can just give me rough estimates. I don't need exact numbers.
Hello?
And Director, this is for the year, correct?
Correct, this is for the full fiscal year.
Hey, gotta take care of my constituents, sorry.
Actually, last year, they spent a total of $17,000.
$17,000 on what?
I don't have the detailed items, sir. I wasn't involved with the UEC. Director Dipto is no longer with us as well. So if you want, I will definitely get that information for you.
So we spent $17,000 last year, right? I'm just going to use it as an example. I'll take the clerk's office, the council secretary's office. Outside of maybe some computer upgrades, I haven't seen any new furniture being purchased since I've been elected. I think these chairs might be the newest things that we purchased. And that's because, you know, whatever, I don't know, the other chairs were actually better. But you spent $17,000 last year on something that you don't even know what. So what are we anticipating spending the $15,000 on?
Whether it's computer systems, I can get the full background.
Well, wait a minute. So it's there's no specific target.
The specifics could be attached, and if you want, I'll forward that to you. It will be submitted directly to the state of New Jersey.
Who created this budget?
It was in conjunction with the current administrative clerk that we have in our office and provided all the details.
And can you remind me again who it was approved by, or who is this it's being suggested by?
It's me, sir.
You?
Yes.
But you don't know what the $15,000 is actually being requested for?
I don't have the detail in front of me as regards how many chairs, how many phones, how many laptops, or whatever it is that we're going to be purchasing with that amount. It is a lot less than last year, I'll tell you that
Council
much.
President.
Chairs, help him out.
Council President.
So chairs, phones, and et cetera. I mean, listen. All right, I'll let you guys do your thing, man. Just keep on.
Councilwoman Davila and then Councilman
Water
Mendez.
and coffee, $600. Sign. All right, whatever, do your thing.
Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman.
So, Assistant Director Washington, it's my understanding this is your office budget, correct?
Correct.
All right, and within that, there's traveling and all the other stuff itemized there, right?
Yes.
There's specific questions asked, but I don't think we've ever had this line of questioning in this manner. The monies that comes from the state, and again, I know you stated that you did this, but I'm almost sure that there must have been some conversation with the administration and with the BA, who's the signing authority. The urban enterprise zones, we know where the monies comes from, okay? And I know that there's specific things that we can use it for and what areas we can use it for, right? So what I'm looking at right now is your office budget, including travel and everything else, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just That's all.
Council
Council
President.
President?
Councilman Mendez, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Director, I just got a quick question on the clerk type 3. So you have clerk type 3 making $25,000 on the 2 position of clerk type 3, making $25,000. That's a part-time job?
No, sir, there's 3 clerks, there's $50,000 each per. The other items are for their package, health insurance, et cetera.
So you have the first 2 clerk 3, they're $50,000. Like I see 2 positions, and when you go down to the next line, you have 2 positions of clerk type 3 at $25,000 each.
Right, those are their French benefits, sir.
I'm sorry?
Their French benefits, their health insurance, et cetera.
Okay. And so you put this budget together, Director, right?
Correct.
And what you're looking for is you need our approval to go out to the state
To
and
go
get
to
this
the
money
state.
from the state, from CDBG funding, not taxpayer dollars.
No taxpayer money, this is for the
Okay.
state of New Jersey.
Then I'm just going to make this comment, Director. I'm very concerned in terms of the salary that our employees are making. I'm in full support of really increasing the salary of our staff. The biggest problem that we have in DPW is that we have DPW employees making $32,000 in a full-time job. They cannot even pay a decent apartment with that kind of money. And that's something that we really have to look into that. The main reason we don't have CDL driving those trucks is because we're over missing employees, staff, supervisors, inspectors, because we're not paying staff. We cannot compete with other municipalities. So we really need to have a conversation. If we want to get our city on track the right way, we have to pay. We have to be compatible. That way, our driver with CDL, our staff, they stay in the city of Paterson. They come here. 2 months later, they go to any other town. They make more money in Amazon than the city of Paterson. So that's something that we got to work hard on it. And I appreciate that you putting that budget together, because you are the first director in the last couple of years that are in front of the council having discussion about your own budget. I remember back in the day, it was the VA, and I'm expecting that to see that with all the different departments, because you're the one that know your department better than everybody else. You're the one that knows what's needed, and this conversation needs to happen. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Are we okay with this item going?
I asked for floor, Council
Councilman
President.
Velez, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
thank you. Mr. Director, thank you. First of all, I believe the state is in the calendar year, right, in budget, right? From January to December? The state?
No.
And no, not the state? No. We changed calendar to be able to be level with the state, right? No? We changed to calendar. We was no?
You went backwards.
We went backwards.
Yeah.
Oh, so I hope we don't go backwards on this one. So Director, this is your budget from year 27, July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2027.
That is correct.
All right. So it's, I'm not too lyric. Probably I didn't don't know a lot, but I believe you're presenting a budget here for the whole entire year. Correct?
Yes.
Right. So in other words, you're not going to spend in travel in just one day $4,000.
No.
It's between the year.
That's correct.
Understood, right? Easy, simple. You're not going to spend $4,000 in just one trip to Atlantic City. Right?
No.
Good. So we understand that. So if you divide that in 6 times going to Atlantic City or conference or whatever, probably we have to go more and ask for more money, because those conferences are expensive, especially the stay in hotels. And in the one for furniture, right? Furniture is for the amount $15,000 for the whole entire year.
That is
You could
correct.
buy a desk today and probably get breaks in 6 months. We had to buy another one. Right, it was so simple, right? So in other words, this is a request to present it to the UEZ state level, correct?
That is correct.
So hopefully hopefully the governor understand the need that we have in the urban enterprise zone, and those businesses that there are in the urban and UEZ zone get the benefit of the service that for many, many years this department was defunded. And there's a lot of business in Grand Street. They are in the UEZ zone. There's a beautiful building there that they're selling. It used to be a restaurant before. Hopefully, anybody that comes in and purchase that building be a member of the UEZ zone and get benefit through it. By the way, the staff that you have is doing a great job making sure that the UEZ is revitalized in the city of Paterson. I cannot complain. They on top of things. They out in the street working up and down, and I commend them because they're doing a great job. Before, everybody was criticizing whoever was there. Now you're there now, and I believe we're moving in the right direction. Mr. BA, hopefully when this money prays, that they see that the state, that you put in a proposal to the state, that they see that we need more, the state could say, you know what, let's give them another blessing that they can
Thank you,
move forward.
Councilman.
And thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great
Thank you.
points. Councilman Jackson, this item, if it's okay with everyone, we can move it to
Consent.
consent. Councilman Jackson.
We already discussed it.
Regular. So, contrary to, and I know many people find enjoyment with, anyway, I'll leave that alone. Contrary to earlier commentary with regard to whether or not I'm an affirmative or a negative vote against something is completely false. I vote for anything that I believe is sufficient and is relatively good for the community. I mean, I'm not even going to ask any questions, but my secretary who's been sitting there, she's been a secretary well before I was a council person, and I've been a council person now, I think 12 years, whatever it was. She has the same desk she's had over the last 12 years. Now we're going to spend $15,000 from last year. You don't even have a clue. Well, you didn't have an answer for me when I asked, what are we purchasing? You named, well, phones and computers. Well, you go on the other page, there's an additional expense for technology, $8,000 for devices, $2,500 for phones. So the $15,000 that you're saying was for furniture, you specifically described. And when you ask me, like, how is there a measure of trust? I mean, you're telling me, I asked, the initial question was, who is the director of UEZ and who is the director of economic development that it states here on the whereas that is approving this? You said you are. I asked you, are you firmly familiar with the budget? You tell me yes. I asked you about certain expenditures. You tell me what they're for, apparently what they're earmarked for, or what presumed to be earmarked for. And then someplace else in the budget, there's line items for those items that you're talking about is there for. So all that nonsense that he's talking about how much traveling for the whole year, and if a desk breaks and probably this, probably that, I'm not here for the probably's. I'm here to ask and be responsible to the spending. Because let's talk about the failures of UEZ. Let's talk about these solar garbage cans that's supposed to communicate, which we still have never gotten a report on the communications with those garbage cans and DPW. Every single one of those cans that I walk by every single day is full to capacity. You can't, the door is stuck open because there's trash that's just overrunning those cans. And we spent millions of dollars on those cans, millions, not like, so millions. I can't help it that I'm trying to be fiscally responsible. It is really the sole responsibility of the council, but everybody's trying to help you out here, make it through this as if it's a hearing, and you can't even tell me what $15,000 is being spent on. But I'll rest it there.
Thank
and
you.
If the public's wondering why I'm a no vote, that's it. You can't even negate what I'm talking about, that we have $15,000 allotted for something that we don't know what it's going to be spent on.
Thank you.
$8,000 on computers and devices, and then another $2,500 on cell phones. Who's paying those cell phone bills? $2,500.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam
Clerk,
Council President, I have a legal question, please.
1 second.
I have a legal, okay.
Councilman.
1 second, you gonna come back?
This item will be going on regular.
Correct.
which really should be on consent, but one councilman requested it.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, to Corporation Counsel. It's my understanding that a member of the council has a delinquent loan with the UEZ. If that person is entitled to vote in this item?
No, it was a conflict. Ooh.
Who would that person be?
Corporation Counsel?
Who would that person be?
I asked if a councilman have a delinquent in a loan for UEZ, or, you know, should they vote in this item?
Corporation Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman, for that inquiry. I need more information regarding the facts of that particular matter. If you send it over to the Law Department, we'll be happy to take a look and issue a formal opinion on the matter. Thank you.
Who oversee the UEZ funds?
The director.
Okay, so, yes. So, I will have a sidebar tomorrow with you, okay? And, I will give you the details.
You don't know what he's talking about.
No, Councilwoman, you will be surprised. Oh, thank you. I will give you the details, and then before next Tuesday, then we make the rule.
Thank you, Councilman. Director, I want to commend you for doing a forecasted budget for your department. It is very, very well respected to forecast out a budget to ensure that your department fully operates without taxing the taxpayers should be commended and not criticized. Thank you so much for coming on tonight. Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Director.
Good night. Item 6 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to purchase copy paper for various departments. Copy paper, does anyone have an issue with? Number 6 is consent. We use a lot of paper here. Item number 7, authorizing a contract with Barnwell House of Tires for the purchase of tires for our vehicles all throughout the city. Number 7.
Consent.
Consent, Madam Clerk.
Hold on, Council President.
Item number 8.
Council President, I got a question. Number 7, when it says various department and division of the city of Paterson amount not exceed, that's for the tires. It does include also the tires for PD?
It's for all departments.
No, because I believe the police budget their own repairs and tires. I just want to make sure.
It says various departments, so let's find out.
If it also include the PD cars?
We'll find out before the next.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
please,
Yeah.
because then there would be like two budgets on it in one expenditure.
Thank you. Consent. Number 8 is the award of contract to P&A Auto Parts for the purchase of automotive parts and accessories, not to exceed $80,000.
What's the number?
Number 8. Consent.
Question, also I want a list of,
Councilman Velez.
yeah, BA, I want a list of how many cars are still sitting in that auto shop, auto parts, you know, I believe the amount of vehicles getting repaired to see what is the inventory that we have
Thank
in
you.
those places.
Number 9, resolution authorizing additional appropriation for the contract with DCI Medical Services for alcohol and drug testings for employees. This should be a no-brainer.
Consent.
Consent, yes.
Can we include the council?
Number 10, resolution authorizing award of contract and Riccardi Brothers under Morris Corporative for paint and paint supplies.
Consent.
Consent. Regular.
For what?
Number 10, regular.
Councilman Jackson asks for the purchase of paint on regular. Number 11, a resolution authorizing contract for a public defender. As some may or may not know, the public defender passed away, so we need to do a new public defender, and we know a lot of residents need it. The public defender.
Consent, number 11.
On consent. Can you just send that information through an email, not openly
Discussion.
Discussion. Councilman Jackson.
So, the Corporation Counsel.
Corporation Counsel. Corporation Counsel.
So, Can you help me understand this? So this is an award of contract? So this is we're contracting an individual or a firm?
Just very briefly, thank you, Council President, for opportunity. Just very briefly, because my office prosecutes, and this is a public defender, there's an inherent conflict there, so we don't directly manage and supervise and procure the public defender. That goes through the BA's office. So the BA is prepared to speak upon that, and he can share his details. Thank you.
So the individuals that they put in under their entity, their incorporated entity. Generally speaking, public defenders handle their own matters, but when they submit a package, sometimes there are other attorneys in the office that they represent would be substitutes. One of these gentlemen currently handles DUI cases as a public defender, so he's expanding his scope. There's definitely need. Last month, there was a member from the public who questioned this council why her matter was being delayed because lack of access to a public defender. So this has been vetted with the chief judge, just strictly on the business side of it, and it'll, this is something people are entitled to, and we have a responsibility to provide those services.
So, okay, so but the council is getting ready to actually put this item on consent. So how many different firms were interviewed or individuals were interviewed for the position?
These were the only 2 submissions for public defender.
Only 2 submissions?
Yes.
And so, I'm sorry, this is item what, 11?
And as opposed to a standalone contract, it's being split in half to 2 different firms. So I think both the city and the public get more benefit out of that.
So it's being split amongst 2 firms?
Correct. On page 2 of the, on the resolution, it breaks that down.
Yes, Councilman Velez?
No, go ahead, I'll come back.
Yes.
I don't see a form that always, I believe, is the letter statement that that we always read about the pay to play. That some of this there's a form of waiver, whatever, pay to play, that they didn't give no donation in the past to any political whatever. That we have the pay to play thing, and it was always the declaration of, I believe it is.
When we put out RFPs, we put out whatever is consistent with state law. So
Correct.
when it comes to campaign contributions, there's a state law that was passed several years ago, the ELAC Transparency Act, that usurped all local ordinances on that subject.
Yeah, I understand that, but in the past, when we go to do in the contracts or whatever, in the back it says there's a statement and a play to play, and they verify that the person never contribute to any political figures here in the city of Paterson, whatever.
I can't speak to what was done in the past. I just know several years ago when they did the major reform of ELEC, the state took over, basically usurped all local pay-to-play type things.
Okay.
So this was an RFP, so that all the legal requirements were put out, and whatever the state requires, there's forms related to Belarus, to Russia, there's all sorts of forms and certifications that anybody who submits has to put forward and represent, and if they don't meet those, they would be disqualified.
So Council President, through the chair to legal corporation counsel, don't you supply or appoint prosecutors from the office? Are we short, or this is for special?
No, this is a replacement. I said it in the beginning.
Well,
the person passed away.
Yeah, but you didn't fit. We got 2 persons, so 2 persons passed away.
No, they have 2. They're using 2 different entities to give more, to be more advantageous to the community, so they have a pick of a lot of people. That's what they just stated.
Any of these prosecutors are going to be assigned to the community court? They're not the same people. They're not going to be assigned, so different. Okay, all right.
Thank you. So this item, we have already stated. Councilman Jackson?
Just so I'm clear, Mr. BA, so this came through your office, right? You said you worked in collaboration with the assignment judge?
As part of coming to the city, I met with the chief judge about the needs of the court, and that was right around the time that a public defender passed, one of the two public defenders passed away. So the purchasing agent put out an RFP, gave me the results, and I provided my recommendation.
So one of the two. Now, does that mean we fired the remaining one, or is he staying on? Now we're gonna have 3 of them?
There's two. One was strictly handling DUI cases, Mr. Murata, and the other individual was doing some public defending work. So now, they both responded to the RFP. That's the total budget, and it's being split in half. So between these two gentlemen and their entities, they have to service all the public defending needs for the city of Paterson.
So we had one gentleman who unfortunately passed away. The other person who was there, was he contracted as well?
Yes, he must have been appointed sometime in the past.
But his contract expired. This is a new contract to take over the current activity completely.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
All right, so how are they billing us? And I know Corporation Counsel said he would look into this, but I'm trying to make sure that we place it on record. How are we paying for this? Is it an hourly billing scenario? I mean, I know most attorneys, they charge by the hour, but I'm assuming that this is some type of, but it doesn't include this in the packet. I'm looking through all of the details here. It doesn't talk about specifics like what are we paying for? How are they responsible for seeing a certain number of clients per week, per day, or are they billing per hour? I'm just curious of how we're rendering the service to the public.
I don't want to speak out of turn, so I'll get you that information in advance of Tuesday, whether it's billing or whether it's a flat amount.
All right. Yet again, so the contract that you're responsible for negotiating, you have to acquire that information.
I'm not negotiating a contract. There were 2 responsive proposals to something the city is legally required to provide its residents, and it's not doing so to the best, to the full extent that the law calls for.
So, and lastly, Corporation Counsel, I understand that you said there's an inherent conflict. Why is Mr. Stampone the one that approved this?
Corporation Counsel?
Mr. Stampone didn't approve it.
The letter in the back says, approve. Dominic Stampone, ESQ, Paterson Law Department, City of Paterson, Historic City Hall, et cetera, et cetera. The last document on this,
I'll explain. So Mr. Stampone is one of the attorneys in the law department responsible for contracting and liaisoning with the purchasing officer. So when things go through the purchasing office and they're approved by purchasing sends a reso down or the details down, just on the details and the intricacies of purchasing law. So what Mr. Stampone is approving is the legal process in accordance with purchasing laws. He's not approving the individuals, he's not approving them specifically, he's not involved in the RFP process, he's just advising our purchasing agent that the purchasing agent's process is in compliance with purchasing laws.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Consent or regular, council members?
regular.
Regular. Item
Still
number
has
12 is the renewal of contract with Dot Designing for the purchase and delivery of T-shirts and accessories for our recreation department. This is for our recreation department in preparation for the summer program.
Number 12?
Yes.
How many?
It's not a renewal.
It's not to exceed.
It's not a renewal. They went out for a bid, and it was, Council President, it was it's a renewal, Council? Yes. Item number 12.
Yes.
Renewal for a contract. They didn't say renewal, they didn't say renewal for a bid, they said renewal for a contract. Purchase, deliver T-shirts.
One second, Council President.
Sure, we'll wait. Councilman Mendez is looking to see if he has questions.
Okay, could go on consent, Council President.
Consent for our children.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
how many T-shirts are we providing? Up to $100,000, but I understand it, but how many shirts?
Unit prices are on page 2 of the document.
I'm sorry?
The unit prices are on page 2 of the document. Item 12, page 2.
The pricing and the unit is on page 2. The details are listed.
$535 T-shirt, $535 adult, $535. So $5.35 per T-shirt. That's the price. Very comparable. So
The document doesn't say
I paid more, $7.
how many shirts.
Hey?
Because it's an amount not to exceed.
Yeah.
So in theory, if you took 100,000 and divided it by $5.35, in theory, you would have your maximum amount of shirts.
18,000, I don't know how to do math, but.
So that's the answer, up to 18,000 shirts.
Different departments, not only for recreation,
But the bulk is right.
different departments.
But I mean, day in the sun, we have what, 10,000, all right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, consent or regular for this? Regular. Number 12 is regular. Item 13, resolution authorizing, of course, we know this is going to go on regular. This is what we do all the time for the 2 months, April and May. I'm going to put this on regular. Emergency temporary appropriations. One
Just quickly.
second, let me just read it. Councilman Velez, resolution authorizing calendar year 2026 emergency temporary appropriations for April and May of 2026. Councilman Velez.
Council President,
Council President.
Council President, to CFO, thank you. So this appropriation is going to be for 2 months, January through May, correct? April and May. Where are we getting this money from?
We're doing
Mr.
2 months of a
CFO?
budget.
Huh?
We're doing 2 months of a budget.
To what?
2 months of a budget.
Okay, so the $70 million that we going to do tax note is going to be covering this or what?
That's cash coming in to cover our bills.
Okay.
So this will fund the budget for 5 months of this year.
Okay. We understood, right? Everybody understood that this is something that we do every year, correct? Now, let's clear the atmosphere here a little bit. Somebody mentioned that we are begging the state $70 billion. It's my understanding we don't beg the state $70 million. It's my understanding that in the time I've been here, that NEBA or CFO sit down and look at the needs of the city and projects and things they want to do, and they ask for a certain amount to the state to see if we could get awarded the amount of money. In the past, you asked $33 million, $30 million, and they give us 27, and then $2 million extra in state aid. Can you clarify why we really need $70 million? If the explanation I gave is there's a wish list that you have to submit, right? Correct.
Councilman Velez, so we voted on the 70 million. This item that we have in front of us is the emergency appropriations.
No.
So
Somebody
that-
mentioned here earlier that we are begging the city for $70 million to state aid.
But Councilman Velez, we want to stick to what's on the agenda. That is not on the agenda tonight. We approved that last week, where this item is for the appropriations. I understand that someone may have stated that, but we have to say the task so we can finish this agenda.
So why we didn't clarify that when somebody put assumption that something that's not even true? We don't beg to the state.
Yeah,
We
and
submit an
life,
application.
sometimes not responding to assumptions you don't need to. Like, the facts are the facts.
Council President.
Yeah, but some people will make campaigns on that,
I know, but
you know.
Council President.
facts versus fiction, Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. So, Mr. CFO, so we are in April right now. We changed from fiscal year to calendar year to be able to start, in January and they start putting the budget together. So when we're planning to have start with the budget hearing and so on and so forth?
Our plan is to introduce a budget in June and adopt in July. The biggest piece of information is the TA number, and until we get an idea or that number, there's nothing to put forward, because that'll determine a lot of things. So,
I mean, I think one of the main reasons why we changed from fiscal year to calendar year was to be able to correct the problem and to adopt the budget early in the year, and not waiting until the last inning where there's no more room to move around or cut. And we are in the same situation. I understand that we have to wait for the state to let us know how much is the funding that they're going to give us, but it's really concerning. It's really concerning because at the end, it happened in every budget that we wait until the last inning. We spend most money, and there's no room, Council President, for us to move around. So,
Council President, one comment.
So let me just make a comment too. So just to put it on the record, the state does not approve budgets until June, correct, Mr. B.A.? When do the State Assembly approve their budget?
By virtue of being a TA town, our budget has to go through that process. So it'd be impossible to adopt the budget right now.
So just that point. So I just think that sometimes, or maybe times in the past, we've done budget, like trying to be proactive without having the real dollars, which would really cause the city to be at a deficit. I think it's more advantageous for us as a city to really understand what the numbers are. We know the governor has mentioned that she's going to do an increase in TA. We're not sure what that number will look like for this particular municipality, but it's a good thing, but we still have rising costs in healthcare and other things that will, bite into those numbers.
Sure.
But I think doing it too early and not having those numbers could put the city in a setback. So I think doing it more towards June, where we'll get a TA letter, so we'll know exactly what that number looks like, and then we can move forward to what the
I understand.
realistic percentage of increase would be for the taxpayer. So I think just waiting and doing it more around that time, I think it's more advantageous.
So
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President. I was, the state gave me a fine for not supporting the budget back then. But listen, it's something that, the finance of the city concerned me a lot, Council President. We're going, there's people going there. We have people concerned about, even losing their property because the taxes that they pay. This reassessment is almost pushing people out of the property now. But we have work to do here in terms of the budget hearing. I understand in the past we add a number, the number that we're expecting on, and start going through the budget hearing with the director. What's the need of all the department? We're in April. Soon we're gonna be in May. And we don't have any budget here on the schedule. We don't have anything. We have a lot of work to do in terms of the finance of the city. So that's my question. I understand that, we got to wait for the state. We have to wait for the number. But locally, we got to do our job in-house. All those departments. We have to go back and sit down with directors. I understand the last time the VA sit with us, and it is what it is the number. I like to have that conversation with each director. So that's what I'm talking about. Doing that work and waiting for the state to say, this is what we have.
We will start that in June. We will have budget hearings with those directors. That will happen in June. We just want to make sure that we're not having an elongated budget hearing process, which equates to not really having valid information. We're going to do it. We need to do it in tandem with when the dollars and cents are coming forward, so we know exactly what that looks like. So we're looking to push that until June, and we'll send all those dates out to the council members so that everyone is here for those particular hearings. This item will be on regular, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to Councilman Jackson.
So I just wanted to point out, first of all, we went from the fiscal year to a calendar year almost 8 years ago, and not once has this budget been presented in a timely fashion. Not once. Now all of a sudden, and you vote in the affirmative of all these little things that add up. So, before I even get into that, I don't even want to, pose any contention of whatever that. Madam Clerk, can I send a request to you, please? I would like a copy of the municipal budget over the last 12 years, every year. Just the total amounts. I don't need to see the full budget. If I could get the, totals from you over the last 12 years, each year, and then we'll address it then. But I don't know what we're gonna do to the public. We're gonna have there's already being projected. It was just gonna be a $70 million TA request, and we're still allowing frivolous spending. But anyway, I'll rest it there, man.
Thank you. Item number 48, this is a site access agreement for the installation of 2 monitor wells near East 37th. This is something that's always done through DPW to ensure that there's proper pressure in that area. And the DPW committee, Madam Chair, did meet on all of these. They met on all of the director left because he's on vacation, and the BA said that he will cover. He's off, but they did. For monitoring, because I asked him. No, I told him it was okay because he's on vacation. He's off. He's on vacation. 48, monitor wells, consent or regular? Regular. Item 49, monitor well, connected to the first item, is in the resolution. Monitoring wells determines the pressure gauge in a particular area before any work or construction gets done. Very clear cut, nothing unorthodox. It's something that's always done. So these are monitor wells. 48 and 49 are connected. Consent or regular, council members? Well, one council member says it regular. Item number 49, authorizing bids, road resurfacing program for the Division of Engineering, Department of Public Works. Item number 50. Regular. It's going out to bid.
See, when I say consent, you say regular. When I say regular, you say consent.
Right, it's a bid. Consent, 51, 52. This is to go out to bid. Consent. 52 is regular. This is for sidewalks that was requested by the First Ward residents on Clinton and Church Street and Westside Park. Second Ward, regular, 52. Item 54. It's for emergency sewer main repairs. 52 on consent. 54. Council members, consent or regular? Regular. 55.
Why are we rejecting? Why are we rejecting?
That's why we put on regular so the director can speak next week. This is a sewer main repair and replacement, awarding a contract. Consent or regular, council members? Regular. Item number 56, which is something that has been asked for a very long time. I'm happy to see this on the agenda, It is a resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson and the Paterson Public Schools regarding the use of facilities for emergency shelters. This is something that we've been requesting for a very long time. I'm so
Discussion,
glad
yeah.
to see that on here. I know our OEM coordinator, Mr. Troy Ayers, is watching, and I'm really happy that we got to this place. Councilman Velez.
I just want to know, Council President, because what committee this went through? Resolution authorizes execution memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson and Paterson Public School. What committee this went through? It went through the Educational Committee. I know the Office of Management is on it. It should be fire, right?
Between the city of Paterson.
Right?
Public
It went through public safety?
It's been a conversation that's been going on for a very, very long time.
So here says for emergency shelter service, right? At what cost?
For the cost,
Yeah.
there's no charge.
No charge.
Mr. BA, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, this is,
There's no fee.
Yeah. There's
let him talk, I guess.
if there's any,
And this item would need to be on regular because I have a conflict. I will not be able to vote
correct,
on it.
so
I have
it
to
says
recuse
here,
myself.
okay, insurance.
It's all there.
okay. Okay, Mr. BA, I got two questions.
Yes.
There's going to be a cost on this? Are we going to be paying for every time we need a shelter for emergency? Yeah, that's right, because it says 30 days written a notice.
If you want to put it on regular, we can ask our OEM coordinator to come.
I'll be sure someone's here to speak in depth on it. But Councilman, the MOU is there, so anything with dollar amounts or it's, you know, it's a proposed contract, so it's
Correct.
all there for your consumption.
So, and the other thing is also concerning, let's make believe we have a emergency, an emergency in the city and with a snowstorm. Are they willing to open the school for homeless?
That's not a woman, that's a good
No,
question.
no, hold on, that's a good question. Because if the county has one woman center,
Council President.
and there's an emergency, state of emergency in the city of Paterson. Now, this says here regarding to use a school facility as an emergency shelter. If there's a state of emergency and there's a blizzard or a snowstorm like we had before, are they going to allow us to use if it's considered as an emergency, are they going to allow us to use how many schools we going to have?
So Councilman
open?
Velez, if you read in the second whereas, it states that, it said it will be utilized for residents that are displaced by disasters and other emergency events. So all of that will be included, and that will be a part of the framework that is set up in place. But yes, that's a part of.
Did they specific here, the school? What school are we taking them? You know.
Exhibit A has the 5 locations.
Exhibit A has?
At the end of the proposed MOU, there's an Exhibit A that are the designated emergency shelter facilities.
Oh, it's the amount of money here too. Hold on. Standard hourly rate. The following hourly rate should apply to sign the staff member, custodian staff, $120 per hour, security personnel, $120 per hour. What kind of MOU is that? We had to pay them to use the facility.
But Councilman, if you as an individual rent out the schools, you have to pay for security
I
and maintenance.
understand that, but you know.
Yeah, you have to pay that.
Well, when they gonna give us?
Councilman,
Beside the
that
education.
might be a side conversation.
But
when it comes to contractually putting in place, we cannot be in a position, or you can have those a sidebar conversation to talk to the Bay Area Corporation Council, but there are set fees that are in their policies and procedures in the school district that talks about exactly what these fees are.
So Council President, that's why, you know, this is time sensitive?
We could put it on regular, and we could discuss it. Mr. Ayers will be here next week. I think it needs to go on regular. I don't think we need to.
You would take your time, Councilman Mendez. Let me say this, right? We're talking about 5 schools here, right? And we're talking about an amount of money to pay the staff and whatever, but it's an emergency status of the city. And let's make believe the governor says right now, open all the school for this emergency storm. Are they going to charge the state for the use of it? Where are we getting the funding for this? If something happens, let's make believe tomorrow Donald Trump decide to get a big war, we had to, But
So, Mr. BA,
where are we going to pay this from?
I recommend that
OEM.
they have a budget. Mr. BA, I'm recommending that we have the OEM coordinator, Mr.
Yeah,
Ayers,
please.
here next week.
Yep.
This has been being advocated for a while. I'm glad to get to this point, but I really want to get all your questions answered, but they will be answered by him because he has a specific budget for this.
But let me tell you something, Council President. You wasn't here in 2016. The MOU with the school district expired in 2016.
I'm aware of that.
Oh, you're aware. And I'm sorry, I apologize. You don't need to be here to know something that's happening. But, and we still have to have a committee, a meeting as a whole, right? To have a meeting with the Board of Education to put in paper all this MOU. And now we're coming with this one only when we have MOU for recreation, MOU for facilities, MOU for that, and we haven't go back and revisit that old MOU. The late Crystal Cleave was part of the meeting that I conducted when I was at a committee, educational committee. Matter of fact, who's the chairman of the educational committee? Oh, God. So when you're going to call for a meeting for at least, get this meeting with the Board of Ed, remember, they're talking about $7 million deficit in budget. Laying off teachers and all this stuff that people are talking that we should be talking
But
about.
my brother, my councilman, we're going to put this on regular, and those are some great discussion points, which are separate than the emergency shelter.
let me
but
get-
I would like to have
Council.
it on regular,
And-
Madam Clerk.
And let me set the record clear.
Council President.
I'm not against or nothing that comes from OEM. I just want a clarification why we are
So
moving
Madam-
forward this
Madam
way.
Clerk, just to restate, this item will be on regular.
Council.
Myself and Councilman Udine will need to recuse ourselves from this item for next week. We will not be a part of this.
So we're not gonna.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President.
Council
I think
President.
that I've reviewed all the 8 pages of this legislation, and the only charge that I see here is $120 for the security, for the staff
I need
at the
the floor.
school. I truly believe that we have to utilize those buildings. Those buildings belong to the people of the schools, so it's on regular. We're gonna hear from our OEM coordinator, but we do need to have that joint meeting, Council President, as soon as possible. And it doesn't speak about warming center, it doesn't speak about the shelter here, because that's another topic separately. It's really sad that Paterson being the third largest city in the state of New Jersey, we don't have our own warming center, and the only thing we have is a church at the end, at the border of the city of Paterson. That is not really a warming center, that's a basement. So I truly believe that we need to have a conversation on that. But, I'm okay having that on regular, but just putting on the record that we need to have that joint meeting need to happen with the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President.
Wait 1 second. Councilman Udine was first, and then Councilman
Thank you,
Cotton.
Council President. I really like the fact that we are going to have some kind of shared agreement somewhere. But we need to see more of this where with Paterson Public Schools. Why not we use their recreational purpose? We can use the gymnasium overnight. We can use their parking lot when the streets are snow covered. I like to see more of this. However, that when discussion comes, someone needs to be accountable. Someone needs to answer the questions. As an example, I like to see that kind of agreement taking place. However, we need to know why the custodian or the security personnel is getting paid $120 per hour, which is not normal rate of these custodians that work in the school system or the security guards. So someone needs to be here to answer those questions. Why is that number for? And what's the rationale of using those particular schools, not other big schools like JFK or Eastside High School? So these kind of questions should be answered. On top of this, Madam President, that I also feel that we, and I don't talk about myself, that I definitely can vote on this item because I am not in administration of Paterson Public Schools. I'm just a teacher. I don't make decision for Paterson Public Schools, so I think I should be okay to vote. I'm relying on legal advice from Corporation Counsel for sure, but I'm pretty sure that I don't like to recuse myself on such kind of important decisions.
As an employee of the district, I will recuse myself. So if you choose to,
Council
you work for the
President.
district, you
Council
have
President.
to recuse yourself.
So let's do this, Council President.
So
how this got to the agenda? How this got to the
1
agenda?
second, it will be on regular.
No,
We'll
Council
have OEM coordinator come
Council-
next week
Yeah,
to
correct.
talk about it, because you have questions, he will be able to answer them very respectfully. Mr. Troy Ayers will give you all those details
Okay,
next week.
Council President. Did this went to Public Safety Committee? It went to Finance? Okay, why we don't do this? This is not a time-sensitive item.
Well,
Can
we
we
can
do
discuss
it?
that next
Can we
week.
do it at a Educational Committee?
No, we need to, when he comes next week.
That's what I'm saying, is Educational Committee.
Ca-
So it includes Council President, I know that we did this last week. The library was trying to get a contract approved and a finance involved, right? But I as a statutory chair, I say no. Pass it and vet it through finance, because I knew finance was involved. I think this should be vetted through committee, Education Committee. We get the committee members in education. We could ask all this question before, if you want, we could call.
Well, Councilman,
before
I'm going to
Tuesday.
keep it on regular, and I'm going to have Mr. Troy Ayers come next week so he can go over and details next week.
So
And
next
then
week
at
is
that
the
point,
regular meeting.
It's on regular. The item, we said that a while ago, is on regular.
Yeah, but why he didn't came then to the workshop?
All right, let's move forward. Item 57 is the contract for our security guards. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cotton, I apologize. Councilwoman Cotton?
Wanted to elaborate on number 56, and I just wanted to have to take everyone back to 2012 when we had Hurricane Sandy that hit the city of Paterson. Not the entire city was in the disaster. Actually, it was that the north side of town, the first ward. That was, so when you have disasters, sometimes it doesn't affect the entire city, but it affects certain areas. So what happened was, my mom lived in Presidential Boulevard, and I had to do my best to get her out of there. And that's when you need the shelters. That's when you need the schools for that side of town. You won't say that you need the entire city because it didn't affect my side of town when I had to try to get my mom from that side of town because the river. So when you look at sometimes disasters, it's not affecting the whole city. So when those people who lived in Councilman Presidential Boulevard at the time, some of those people did not have nowhere to go and they needed a shelter. And then again, you had some people who had somewhere to go, who have families living on the other side of the town that they can go to. So that's the purpose of designating areas or designating schools for those that do not have anywhere or no one that they can go to. That's the purpose. You don't have to, disaster does not sometimes affect the entire city. It sometimes affects certain areas in the city. So, and I just need to bring up Hurricane Sandy in 2012. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Item 57 is the crossing guard contract. Are we okay with this being on consent? They've been waiting for a while. They're getting 2% as a part of their negotiations. The ratified vote, can we get the ratified vote number? Mr. BA, please.
Yeah, I'll have that for next week, absolutely.
Do you have how many voted yes?
I don't have that. This is from before I started this
So
December.
can we just make sure that we have that for next week? This is for the crossing guards. They negotiated settlement at 2%. This will be on consent, and we will get the ratified vote total next week. 58 is the competitive price to solicit proposals for consultant service for our city employees' pension plans. This is to solicit proposals. 58 for the city employees' pension plans. This is to solicit proposals. Item 58. Would you like this on consent or regular? It's just to solicit proposals.
Consent.
Consent. Consent. Who was on there before?
Want me to elaborate on this one?
Yes, Mr. B.A., please.
So we have a new personnel director who's really hitting the ground running. A lot of our contracts get settled well after expiration, so there's a lot of retro involved. Some issues have come up with retirees and some discrepancies with their pension. So we've resolved a few that have been brought to us, but we're being proactive to try to get a company to come in, grab a specific set, and see whether there's a trend and a pattern that needs correcting or whether these are one-offs. So we're being proactive to make sure that we don't have to deal with the state and pensions down the road with any problems.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This item will be on consent, and the agenda is now done. Mr. B.A., as we go to move to close the meeting, the workshop meeting on April 7th, one, I want to thank the public. I got 2 requests from our public, amazing individuals that told us that the date was wrong on YouTube, but Raphael, thank you so much. I know he's updating the date on YouTube to make sure that people want to watch tonight's meeting. They don't think that it's in July, so I'm grateful that that was corrected. Secondly, Mr. B.A., I want to put this on the record. We've talked about it. We need to look back into the bulk contract. We need to get some information on that so we can start working on that towards May's meeting, so we can have some discussion in our committees pertaining to bulk. We have a big issue in our community with bulk, whether it's because people don't know the process, don't care about the process, whatever that looks like, but we have to start the process of conversation around bulk. Is there a motion to close the workshop?
So move.
Wow, Councilman Mendez, I like that. Councilman Mendez, motion, second by my brother, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the workshop agenda of April 7th. It is now 11:39. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Cotton?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say good night for everyone who came out to speak. But I do want to make a shout out to my legislator aide, Jamie Bland. She's being honored tomorrow at the Sheraton in Times Square with National Action Network, with Reverend Al Sharpton. She's being honored along with the president of BET. She's being honored along with the president of the FICA Soccer World Cup. She's being honored with some heavy hitters. And I want to say, Jamie Bland, congratulations. This is all your hard work that you have done. They have recognized you with National Action Network, Boots on the Ground, starting a Jumpstart program for our young people, our adults. So I just want to say you deserve this. And I'm looking forward to sharing your glory tomorrow night at the Sheraton at the 35th Annual National Action Network with Reverend Al Sharpton. This will be 35 years that he's been doing this, and we're going to be there with you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone out there, to all my Madam Clerk. Thank you, my Deputy Clerk Phyllis, Madam Clerk Gill, my good Secretary Sophia, and to you all on the other side of me on the right, my BA, my Corporation Counsel, my council colleagues here. Good night, everyone. Have a good evening. Like I said, let's support our community. Let's do what we can for our community. Let's support our children. There's so many activities that's happening now. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council Vice President Davila?
Thank you very much, Council President, Madam Clerk. Your first meeting, I want to thank you for your professionalism and really bringing back what I would say is what's needed, and decorum in the council, and everyone understanding their roles. In addition, to my colleagues, you have a great weekend. I know we have our regular meeting next Tuesday. I want to definitely give much thanks to my aides who have been working very diligently, coming to the meetings, taking notes, and sitting in the audience and letting me know, wow, you really, because they know what I do during the day, and then coming here in the evenings. But I chose to be in this position. I continue to work with fairness, with integrity, transparency, and I look forward to all of those that continue to elevate my name. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good, bad, or indifferent. I am looking forward to another 4 years. I'm running with my running mate, council president, and I know we're going to continue doing God's work and the people's work. To everyone that came here this evening, your pleas are heard. Through the administration, we'll make sure that through constituency, our head of constituency services, if anything through legal, that we will definitely push forward. And I know that, Madam Clerk, all notes have been taken, so I'm looking forward to receiving, everything that was indicated today. So with that said, good night, Paterson. Thank you.
Councilmember Jackson? Councilmember Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To all the Paterson residents, since this assessment came out, we've been helping a lot of homeowners in the city of Paterson through a tax appeal process. We've been helping over 120 families fill up the tax appeal at no cost, totally free, Paterson. I have my staff working with all the homeowners that arrive to my office. My location is at 414 Broadway, so you have until May 1st to appeal your taxes. So if you have any question, you could call my office, 862-823-6664. You could reach out to me. My cell phone number is 973-930-1436. I would like to encourage all the homeowners, please look at that assessment. I see property that the assessed value for the land value went from $50,000 to $250,000. So you got to look into that, and the only choice that you have to fight those high taxes is going to be through a tax appeal. So take advantage, and it doesn't cost anything with my office, with my staff. We're fully dedicated to help our family all the way until May 1st, because we need to fight back. This is our city. This is our home, Paterson. So once again, I want to take this time also to thank all my residents for the amazing support that I've been getting. It's insane. Thank you so very much. We're getting more signs coming back. We're getting ready. Let's bend it from Mayor Line 1A, Paterson. And Council President, today we support, there was a lot of resurfacing legislation, Council. No, I'm talking about the legislation that we support, Council President. A lot of resurfacing legislation on the floor. I never say no. During my 2 terms as Council President, I've been supporting all the resurfacing, including River Street, all my 3rd Ward resident. We fixed from East 34 to East 40, and we continue. There's around 8 more on the list, plus the one that we approve now. Our community, they're crying. There's potholes everywhere, and we got to take policy aside. I'm sitting here, and I'm taking action on that. God bless you, Paterson. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, within the 2 minutes.
Councilmember Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One more time, Paterson. You gave me the title Councilman at Large in 2022, and I am honored to serve you as your Councilman at Large. And since I was elected, I stood strongly, firmly against the tax hikes, and we were able to introduce a budget with the minimum requirement 2%. I stood for the and supported all the critical road repairment, and as evident today, we have approved the bid for more street repavement, and I want to continue this with your support on May 12th. As you know that vote by mail is all underway, already arrived. Make your voice heard. Vote 4B for 4 more years. Thank you, and I am honored and thankful to you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Velez.
Madam Clerk and all legal, before closing this meeting, I would like to request, if it's possible, a letter sent to Board of Social Service. I have a lot of complaints with the EBT funding that they are, seniors are receiving, that they being clones or cars or whatever, you know. They fix it? Oh, so they fixed it, good. So hopefully we don't get no more complaints about that. But Marissa Davila and Councilwoman Mintz, they elevated your name today. Why? Because it make me think what I had to say. I hope I said it in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Marissa and Mims had leadership. Marissa and Mims have experience. Marissa and Mims has accountability. Marissa and Mims are committed. Marissa and Mims have proven leadership. Marissa and Mims are ready for leadership. Marissa and Mims are focused in the leadership. Marissa and Mims are dedicated for the community. Marissa and Mims are unstoppable. Marissa and Mims are for the people. Marissa and Mims are community first. Marissa and Mims are voice of the people. Marissa and Mims will continue 4 more years in Paterson. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Council President Mims.
Can I get an amen on that one? Do I have some M&M candy? I could just put it up, Maritza and Mims. So to the viewing public, first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for the great support and your love. We're out here on this campaign trail, and I'm telling you, I feel your love today. The lady that I saw in Dunkin' Donuts, you made my day today, and I just want to say to you, you are exactly correct. The work we have done will always speak for us, because Paterson knows who has answered their calls and who's been out there, and they know that we will continue to do the work. Councilwoman Davila, I openly, publicly, I've done it many times, I endorse you, and I know that we will be coming back 4 more years. I want to thank my council colleagues for their support, and Councilman Velez, our brother, you knocked it out the park, and it sounded like Councilman Mendez gave me an endorsement tonight. He said, Council President, I support, so whatever that is, but I just want to say to the public, to all of you that are supporting our re-election, thank you so much. Paterson, you know who fights for you. I know sometimes there's other stuff that goes on, and I want to say this in closing.
Please don't leave.
If people are coming to the microphone, calling people bamboons and all types of stuff at the microphone, all types of names, City of Paterson, you know what to do. We don't need people to come to the council that will be arguing. Let's keep a professional decorum. Let's continue to move the city forward. Paterson, best days are ahead. Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, Secretary, BA, CFO, Corporation Counsel, Police, Raphael, everyone, council colleagues, have a good night, and may God always bless the City of Paterson. My vote is yes in less than 2 minutes.
Council workshop agenda here is hereby adjourned, 11:49. Good night, Paterson.
Good